Oops, damn it. Fucking damn it. Last finishing touches on the stream. The annoying redundancy of it all. I think it's pretty hilarious when... Oh my god. Title equals redundant waste. I mean, YouTube, you really are a fucking waste of time. Murderously so. Oh my god, YouTube. You are so fucking annoying. Oh my god, you're fucking annoying, YouTube. Like, fuck off. You're so fucking stupid. What do you think I'm going to do after this? What do you think it is that I need? You make me jump through so many fucking hoops. You fucking pile of shit motherfucker. All to fucking waste my life. Fuck me. Fuck me. Fuck me. What the hell am I watching here? Should I remember this? Is this new? Republican Space Rangers. There's an alien. Well, we better have sex with it. What would Jesus do? He'd rape it to death. I feel like it's making me play like the very first mission ever, as if I've never played it, which makes really no sense to me. It makes me concerned. Yeah, it's like it's the very first thing. Like I haven't played the very first campaign? Really? Chat disconnected. Successfully connected. Chat disconnected. Successfully connected. Yeah, this is the very first fucking mission. That's why I don't remember it. It's been so long. Fucking years ago. Why are you making me run this again? As if I've never played the campaign on this character? Fucking bullshit, I haven't. You have to play this, don't you, like every time? Like, to like even start the game? How would I get anywhere without playing this? And I'm listening to that horrid Vice documentary, docu-series, The Dark Side of the 90s, which is the most light and fluffy, stupid, fucking annoying pile of shit, waste of time that I've ever watched. Like, really. Shame on... What? What? Oh, I gotta stay in the light. Stay in the light. What? Okay. Oh. Yeah, and they're talking about Arsenio Hall. And I'm like, who gives a fuck? Like, oh, Farrah Fawcett did his show. He's a success. I'm like, I'm sorry, so... Arsenio Hall getting his own show when it was, like, dominated by white people is the dark side of the 90s? Like, is that supposed to be racist? Or... I mean, is it a bunch of white people afraid of black people? Or... Yeah, being first and being black. And me, I'm like, race isn't even real, you dumb fuck pieces of shit. Delusional fucks, your identity's fake. All of you. And they don't talk about the war on drugs destroying Gen X at all. Fucking toxic conservative pieces of shit, motherfuckers. And like, the DARE program, it scared the shit out of people, and it justified fear-mongering and ripping off the taxpayer to pay for the war on drugs, and it actually targeted white males more than it did minorities, because it was middle class, lower middle class, upper middle class, more rural areas that were mainly all about the war on drugs, because the cops had nothing else to do but harass people, and those areas were predominantly white. And still, lower middle class and middle class, they didn't have the money to pay for lawyers. And in the time, they didn't know to. They didn't know to defend their children. So they just threw their kids to the wolves and agreed with society that their kids were bad or whatever. You're bad because you don't do exactly what we say. And like, even when we didn't do drugs, we were guilty until proven innocent. They wanted to meet their quota, so they'd plant drugs on you if they had no other option to meet their quota. Get that government money. State-funded terrorism is what it was. Boomers paid for it and ruined their kids' lives. That's the dark side of the 90s, not Arsenio Hall. Fucking kidding me? All focused on race. How convenient. And they're talking about Tone Loc with Funky Co Medina. It was a smashing. Oh yeah, it's real dark too. Funky Co Medina. It's like they picked the most fluffy aspects of the 90s to call the dark parts of the 90s or whatever. Like, geez, shut the fuck up. Who the fuck came up with this? Who's in charge? Like, really? Bill Maher, you've sold out. That's the truth. You sold out to all your fucking boomer money, your success, popularity. You've allowed the toxic conservatives to steal your edge. You've joined them. You fucking pussy. Vice used to be pretty good. Used to be hard-hitting, boots on the ground, reliable reporting. And they used to cover shit that, you'd kind of surprised that they cover it, Not anymore, though. It's got all fluffy. Just like Destiny. Just like Bungie, they forgot their base. Sold out for money. Fighting the FBI over what they can and can't say in their music. Now that is a bit of the dark side, but it's not like that's not all happening again on social media. It's not like I wasn't censored for my entire fucking life, thanks to boomers, and like it's never ended. It's still toxic conservative religious fascism, mass bullying us all. Using shunning and shaming and arbitrary bullshit as a justification to ruin our lives and deny us access to employment and other opportunities. And then counterculture is under-supported, has no voice, nobody's covering that. And then this fucking pathetic series, The Dark Side of the 90s, they breeze over all the shit that they should be covering in grand depth. And they don't mention anything that I just mentioned. I mean, to me, they're fucking cookie cutter, nothing but a weapon of mass distraction, passing themselves off as respectable journalism. They're a fucking joke. The most intelligent people in the world are nonconformist, and they don't have a fucking voice. And then whenever they do get a voice, it's in the form of comedy or art. And then if they actually start to be known, they get bought. They get distracted with a movie deal. They're talking about how edgy Bill Clinton was to put on sunglasses and play the saxophone. Oh yeah, really edgy. Meanwhile, I was like, hey, the war on drugs is bullshit and slavery, and I'm being threatened by a bailiff to charge me with inciting a riot in the courthouse lobby, and I'm being hunted by the police and standing up to grown men with guns saying, fuck you, I'll do what I want. Oh, but no coverage about that, huh? Everybody else fucking conforming like a bunch of mindless fucking cowards. My life getting destroyed as I become the shot messenger, doing the right thing. E.T. type finger, huh? Imitation is the highest form of flattery? Yeah, no, I disagree. It's pretty much poaching. It's like cultural appropriation, except in an individualistic format. And then, whenever I steal someone's humor, I'm usually mentioning them. I stole that from Bob Saget or whatever. He's dead. I still give credit. Went to the Bob Saget School of Comedy. You can't talk about the 90s without talking about the late night wars. Nowadays, it's not race that's controversial. Now it's the truth that's controversial. But, I mean, hasn't the truth always been controversial? still don't know how the candidates stand on the issues. Poaching on his territory, huh? Every Jew in Hollywood's gonna hate your guts? What? What the fuck? Why am I here? Yeah, whatever. Being annoying. Woo! Oh no! What the fuck? Someone farted in the room. You just don't discuss it. Disconnected from chat. Reconnected to chat. Worthlessly meditate in the light. It's not white men trying to control shit. It's toxic conservatives, you fucking morons. You think it's race, and like all these toxic conservative religious fascists, they're all like, yes, yes, keep thinking that it's all about race. That's right, keep thinking it's about race. It is about identity, so you're kind of close. Remember, Black Lives Matter. Except race is arbitrary, subjective, and is a concept that doesn't fucking matter or have any value intellectually, ultimately. And you've all been fighting over your retarded sense of identity, wasting the world's time. But good thing intelligent people's lives don't matter, right? Because if intelligent people's lives mattered, then you wouldn't be wasting everybody's time with your fucking lunacy. I mean, if you think race is real, you're a racist. If you think your identity's real, you're delusional. If you think culture and tradition should be held on to, you're a fanatic. It's fucking history class. It's not to be emulated. Do I dare listen to another one of these fucking piles of shit? Might as well. MTV in the real world. Let's listen to this fucking tripe. The real world. Where? Where is it that you see anything real, motherfuckers? MTV was about pushing the boundaries. Yeah, and like, look at MTV now. Toxic conservatives got a hold of it. Religious fascism rearing its ugly head. And what's that all about? Deluding. A bunch of people deluding themselves, their sense of self, into believing that they're in control of something that is not really controllable. Influenceable, sure. Not controllable. Ultimately, logic will reign supreme. It's ultimately all that will remain out of that filtration process are the facts. Whatever's most logical, because that's what's most efficient, and ultimately biology takes the path of least resistance. You're not gonna fucking defeat that universal law that has allowed us to survive for so long. Idiots will try, though. Fucking primitives. Yeah, reality TV. I remember experiencing MTV in the early 80s when I was a kid, and I was like, this music fucking sucks. And I was like, I fucking hate pastel colors. I'm like, give me the Beatles and the Rolling Stones. Janis Joplin. Moody Blues. I mean, anything but this crap. Like, most of the time. Unless they were playing one of them. Liquid Television was fucking cool. Independent animation. And of course, where is that now? Millennials killed the video star, she says. Sounds like a good read. Oh yeah, changes in the air. Billy Clinton really changed shit, didn't he? What do you mean? Like, we're still two-party politics system. We're still a bunch of brainwashed fucking morons arguing over opinions, pretending that it makes sense, and then agreeing on the wrong answers while we ignore the smartest people alive. Oh yeah, a lot changed, huh? Still fucking bunch of primitives who think race is real, fighting over your dumb fuck beliefs. Oh yeah, really, yeah, shit's really changed. Changes in the air, alright. Oh yeah, convince a bunch of young people to vote. Sure. Be distracted. Don't realize you're slaves and you're not escaping your economic enslavement at all by voting. Argue over your opinions. Come on. What if we throw the writers out? That'll save money? No. That's gonna cost you money. Ah, I see. So they made reality TV because nobodies won't ask for money to be on TV. So they take advantage of the natural talent that lots of people have, or the lack of talent and the absolute retardation that most people have that will create the drama that people will pay attention to. And of course, sex. And then look at anti-social media platforms. Look what they do. They don't actually want to pay legit talent. They just capitalize on everyone willing to make content for free. And then they demand everyone act like they're employees who have benefits and get a paycheck when they don't. So it's fucking slavery and profiteering and parasitic usury with unrealistic demands to boot. They were not having interesting conversations, you dumb shit. They were arguing over their dumb fuck opinions. And all of you are trivializing people who actually think. You're pretending that people inserting their dumb fuck opinions and arguing over it is actually thinking or interesting. And really, people are just addicted to confrontation. A bunch of primitives that they are. Murder boners. Me, I'm like, oh, confrontation and murder boners? I'll just play a video game. I don't need to let that infect everyday life. Life isn't a game. Intellectualism isn't a game. No participation medals. I am fine with participation medals being in a lot of stuff, though. I'm not really a big fan of being ultra competitive, so... I don't even need to kill that thing. It showed up to be normal. What's normal? Are you selling drugs? Why do you have a beeper? As if selling drugs is the only reason to have a beeper. In 92, the most sensitive issues centered around race. Oh, really? And you think something's changed now? Yeah, right. Same old bullshit. Everyone avoiding the existential crisis. Everyone happy to argue and murder each other because it's a welcome distraction, so they don't have to face that they're a bunch of pants shitters who have no idea what they are, what reality is, where any of this comes from. Just face the void, their ignorance, grow the fuck up. Mm-hmm. Wonder why I'm so unpopular, huh? Stupid have overpopulated the planet, and they're gonna be the death of us all. They are killing everyone through breeding and mindless, redundant arguments over their dumb fuck opinions. Fuck them. At the same time, you better be saving as many smart people as you can. Someone's got even a speck of intelligence. You better thank them for breeding and being a parent. Try to remember to do that whenever I run into smart people who have kids, but usually I'm hasty with my compliment and I find out that they're a dumb fuck. Just has mild abilities that smell like intelligence at first, or like they've got potential but they didn't actually develop. All those rising racial tensions are actually the fault of ignoring smart people, trivializing smart people in favor of dumb shit. And that is the majority mass bullying their agenda, their opinions, sense of normalcy, their beliefs, values, all fake, all bullshit, in favor of the smartest people alive who actually do the work, who know a thing or two about a thing or two. And most of the abuse that's been targeting people because of race has been targeting intelligent people. And nobody gives a shit about that. Nobody's talking about that. Cast was hooking up with the crew. Now that's interesting. And not surprising. They're trying to get connections. They don't want their moment of fame, their 10 minutes of fame, they don't want it to end, so they want to hook up with somebody in the business so they can get a chance to kick off a career and, like, become somebody or whatever. Oh, and things were manipulated in editing to make it more, like, dramatic. And of course, it made people look bullshit in ways that they weren't bullshit, but they were all still bullshit, so. I never paid attention to any of those reality TV shows. That was after MTV got was garbage, and the only thing that was any good was like Liquid Television or Beavis and Butthead when they'd watch music videos, which you can't find those anymore. Those old recordings. It's copyright. And this is actually really good. Pretty good. It becomes a hit show. And we're sorry. Buffering. We're sorry, we're a piece of shit. They gave up everything for nothing. That's right. Which is tough. That's right. And that's exactly what a whole bunch of streamers, myself included, have done with the tech industry. So this is all just history repeating itself. Fucking parasitic capitalism. And of course, religious fascism is at the core of justifying who gets to work, who gets to eat. Like, fuck everybody. Motherfuckers. You had to get away from yourself? I never had enough love for MTV to have to get rid of it. You want to be on the real world because your life is really fucked up? What? The real world Los Angeles. You want fighting? We'll give you fighting. We put 3 of them into a Winnebago. They're so different that they're immediately hating on each other. And people wonder why I haven't done something with my life. Fucker. Fucking annoying ass buffering. Or not buffering at all. It's just like, here, we'll play like 10 seconds, and then we'll load another 10 seconds, and we'll play that. We'll stop, go, stop, go. Oh yeah, corporate America, I really want it for free. I wonder if I'm experiencing some sort of latency. So it looks like I am experiencing some problems. I'm surprised that I am not experiencing these problems over here. Oh, let's run the ping test anyway. Oh shit.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, I fixed the problem.
There you go. What was it?
Well, I don't know for sure.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I would have never guessed that.
Yeah.
Right on. I'm streaming, but I muted the audio, so no one can hear you. Okay. Well, you were mentioning before that the instance of which opened the door of where you had mentioned that some altercation had occurred, after work function type thing, and I was just hoping that you would describe that scenario, and then I'm curious as to how you and everyone else perceived a sense of who was at fault and why. That was a successful binge or whatever, Bender. long as nobody died, alcohol wasn't a problem. Or whatever. So I hate alcohol with a passion. Shuts down the prefrontal cortex. I want nothing to do with it. Makes people more primitive, and yes, with that you can avoid facing a bunch of stuff that you don't want to think about. Shuts the brain down or whatever. So there's a benefit there if people need a break from reality. But maybe that's not what they needed. Maybe they needed to face it. Maybe they needed to learn how to deal with their trauma without help. Or maybe alcohol was the wrong thing to help them deal with that trauma. Oh, yeah, no doubt. Oh, yeah. No, no, yeah. No, I get it. I get it. Uh, tangent. Tangent, I suppose. I was only pointing out one of the positive aspects, potentially, which probably actually isn't positive, of course. And then, and yeah, like people are bored and lower their inhibitions, so they feel more comfortable socializing. Yes, I get it. And there are much better substances for those things too, which are illegal. How convenient. And I don't mean that as a figurative statement. I mean, like, sort of more like it's not convenient.
They really don't care. But drinking, you have a restaurant, you don't have.
Right, right. And alcohol has been around for a very long time because fermentation allowed us to avoid all of the death from tainted water. So everybody was drinking if you're European. And it, I mean, it's even had an epigenetic effect on us. So there's that. It's more than part of the culture, even. But yeah, I get it. And then it's a massive business, and I used to do it. I hated it then, but people liked me better when I was drunk. So I was able to have something in common with my peers, bond or whatever. Slowed me down a bit. Same with weed. And then the drugs that were actually better for like me, uh, in general, and better, really better for everybody, um, weren't around readily, whereas alcohol was around readily, and weed was around a moderate amount of the time, moderate access. But things like MDMA, almost non-existent. It's like one time I saw it come around, and I got to do it when I lived in New Hampshire. And nowadays, I'm not sure how prevalent it is. I think that because of the prohibition and then the lack of options. Most people are still alcohol and weed, and then all that was left after that was pills. Once people got on the pills, and then, authority got wise to that, uh, then that opened the door for heroin. And so then heroin became a bit more prevalent, easier to get that concentrated substance through than it is to the other stuff. It's harder to conceal. So yeah, that is not good for anything other than pain medication. And I mean, I still say to each their own, but I really think that if everyone had education and access to many different options, heroin would not be a recreational drug. And, or, it might be a blend with other things. Like MDMA sometimes contains heroin, but it's not the go-to recipe. And then ultimately, what people are after is inhibitions decreased, more patience, good mood, oxytocin, dopamine, norepinephrine, and the industries in our society, our culture, is making it hard for people to get that with minimal risk and for a low cost. And drugs aren't expensive to make, so the only thing that's really driving up the price is price gouging by pharmaceutical companies and prohibition, of course, the risk increasing the value and making it artificially scarce. And of course, it enables monopolies of microcosmal design or effect to that effect. I am gaming while I'm talking, so excuse me. Okay. Yeah. Right. Right. I don't really have a problem with regulation. I mean, idiots, unfortunately, require someone to rein them in occasionally. But yeah, it minimizes the need to do that with education, and regulating that education is probably wise. And then, like, license to breed, license to do drugs recreationally, license to drive. Um, I'm not even sure that any of them actually needs to be mandatory as the default industry standard. It's like if someone clearly is an idiot and doesn't know how to drive and is just like blasting through red lights or whatever, you pull them over and you're like, "What's the deal here? No one told you the deal, or like you didn't prepare yourself before driving on the roads. Okay, well, we're going to like force you to go and take driver's ed and like prove that you know what you're doing." And so with breeding, if someone like pumps out 5 kids, you're like, "All right, like what are you doing?" And like you can't afford even the first 2 and you pumped out 3 more, like what the fuck, man? It should be discouraged. It should be unpopular, uh, the very least. uh, and then like, as far as I can tell, people don't grow up themselves and then they have kids. Like, they're an infant in so many ways. And like, then the nuclear family, that doesn't make any sense either. It takes a village, we all know it. Just to expect 2 people to be able to deal with the fucking nightmare of redundancy and annoyance that it is to raise a child. I mean, and then the child gets beat because someone can't tolerate the amount of annoyance, and there's no one else around to be like, whoa, 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 like, calm down, like, I'll watch your kid for a little while. You go cool off, so you don't strangle the shit out of the little bastard. And then, like, get back in this amount of time, or else I'm gonna strangle the shit out of the little bastard. So that's really like, people need to be more real about all this. And then with drugs, it's like, as long as you got a crew and everybody, like, there's different age ranges, different experience levels. Somebody will teach the rest of the people how to do things responsibly. There'll be a voice of reason and knowledge there, but It would be nice if that was like something everyone was aware of. It's a goal, and then the better the knowledge, like good, like the better. It's really knowledge is power, and that's responsible. Do your due diligence, and um, that's the shift the world needs to move in that direction. And I've been that in this place that I'm expressing, culturally speaking, since I was a teenager, and being attacked by the war on drugs is what encouraged me to be like, wait, like everything I'm seeing, like everything I'm doing, I know it's not a problem, and here's where the problems are clearly, and the war on drugs is hurting people way more. Like that's the problem, and me not having any safe place to go is the problem. Being vilified, stigmatized, and that hasn't ended. It's turned into like the new racism is to be prejudiced towards recreational drug experimenters or people who do certain drugs even. It's fucking absurd. I shared some stuff about this yesterday in the Discord. Carl Hart is a PhD, head of Department of Psychology at Columbia University, studied addiction, studied heroin addicts and crack addicts and meth heads and all these derogatory, stigmatized terms, and proved all of the stereotypes are false. And I'm listening to this professional who's getting, a microphone to the world in some regards and is respected in the intellectual community, saying all the same things that teenage me was saying and adult me has been saying with far more depth and even solutions how to handle it, not just the inclination to speak on these things with a different tongue, a different connotation. And part of me is pleased, validated, and the other part of me is furious because the collegiate don't know what the fuck they're talking about most of the time. They're biased fools. And I have known better than them, better than my parents, better than all points of authority for my entire life, and I'm still robbed of a voice. And then this collegiate black man with dreads, he gets a voice, but I don't, still. And I'm way ahead of him. Not in terms of running a scientific study and publishing papers and balancing my checkbook or whatever. He's ahead of me in those regards. But in all the ways that matter in the real world, everyday life, past balancing checkbook, I am the tribal wise man. I am the authority, not him. And I would still accept him as a teammate for sure. And we would make each other stronger, smarter, wiser. But yeah, it just fucking pisses me off. And then, of course, if I were to comment on a video where he is being interviewed, or if I were to reach out to him, he's not going to answer me. I'm just a nobody. And I'm like, when is it that this story comes out? And when is it that the world acknowledges that the black sheep, nonconformist, criminal, piece of shit drug addict like me has been right about everything all along since he was a kid? Nobody listened and everyone destroyed my life over refusing to do what stupid fucks told me to do. When does that story come out? Because that's what needs to come out. And I will not speak kindly about it, because the world is broken and needs to respect intelligent people, and they better fucking do it soon. I'm gonna stop being civil about it. Right, I mean, I've never really been too nice about it, but I mean, I've not, like, destroyed people's careers who got in my way in different ways. And I'm gonna start doing that legally, or leveraging my ability to do so until I get what I want, which is really not an unreasonable request. And ultimately, if the world doesn't grow up and do as I suggest, like, they don't have to do what I say, but if they don't, there's going to be consequences. Just like, you know, if your parents know better than you in some regard, or a doctor knows better than you in some regard, and they say, here's what's going to happen, it's not going to be good, you're not going to like it, you keep doing it, you're going to die or whatever, and you keep doing it anyway. I mean, they can't make you, but they wish they could, and doctors try. Which is another problem I'm running into, is that doctors aren't always right either, and they can't separate from their biases. Toxic conservatism is a all too common thread in the medical health community, so-called professionals. They want to be your medical proxy rather than being your advisor, and that's where I'm pretty much at odds with the entire medical industry in America, and then also other aspects of it as well. Profiteering, price gouging. I mean, how much does saline solution cost? And you're not allowed to bring your own saline solution so you can keep your bill down. How much does an IV bag really cost? How much do they charge you for it? And I mean, everything is just bloated to an unreasonable level. And that's, of course, at the roots as well, the bloated cost of education and overregulation. And then, of course, they don't produce qualified medical health practitioners. They just produce people that can pass a test and look good on paper, presumably know what they're talking about, but that doesn't mean that they're good at diagnosticians' work. Doesn't mean they're good at thinking. They're not logical. Can't remove biases. They're a liability. And then, of course, the whole industry is designed in a way where even if they were good at their job, they don't have the time to invest in each patient so that they can truly get to the bottom of whatever health issues they may have. And you got to be your own doctor, at least if you're me, or if you're poor in America. Like, I can't speak to the entire world, but that is the way it is if you're poor in America. You better be your own doctor, because no one else is going to be. And the only time that they're going to help you is when it's too late and you're on their operating table. Or, like, you know, you've got a sign of kidney or liver failure or something because you didn't get out ahead of it, because you never had proper support socially, psychologically, or just basic medical and dental care, or even basic nutrition. Yeah, so it's just abysmal. And then a doctor has the audacity to tell you which drugs to take, and they suggest diet, nutrition, and exercise. And you're like, oh yeah, so you don't remember the last time I was in here and I asked you to refer me to a nutrition specialist so I could get my nutrition and my diet and vitamins on lock, because I suspect that I'm not doing a good job with that, and I require some assistance because it's so fucking complicated, and I don't want to specialize in nutritional science or whatever. And they're like, oh, sorry, your insurance doesn't cover that sort of thing, so I can't find a reason to recommend. And I'm like, right. So just give me the fucking drugs, then, you dumb fucking cunt. Not asking for your fucking permission here. And doctors just don't get it. And meanwhile, it's like they're misdiagnosing people all over the place just so they can charge your insurance company for something. You have to accept their misdiagnosis in order to get the drugs that help. And those drugs are not necessarily just for a couple of issues that are in the DSM. They're good for, like, helping people to the same ways which alcohol helps. The same reasoning why alcohol is popular. And you're not allowed to just choose to do that, and you are stigmatized as some sort of drug addict, where it's like, look, like, drug user is quite different than a drug addict, and out of control is something very different than controlled dosing. And Like if you're going to a doctor and asking for assistance and, you know, wanting to know how to do it responsibly, and the doctor's just like, no, don't do it, you're a bad person and you're an addict and this is drug seeking behavior. I'm like, you stupid fucking cunt. I've been on these drugs for fucking years. It's not drug seeking behavior to get my dosage. Like, it's like, I'm not asking your permission here, fucking cunt. And then they make you jump through so many hoops, and it's like you get thrown from so-called professional to professional, where you have to fight with them. You have to argue, like high school debate team bullshit. And you have to be manipulative, lie through your fucking teeth to make sure that they don't lump you in with, I don't know, some hazy idea they have about um, addicts and drug seeking behavior and what it looks like. And like, and the reality is that it's not their choice. And all they're really doing is either hurting somebody by limiting their potential, as they won't be able to function in the most optimal modality in accordance with what the world ultimately demands from them or their situation. Biohacking must be something that is not your body, not your business. And then it can't be stigmatized and shamed and prohibited, criminalized, because people have to be able to do it out in the open so that the tribe can see if there's any problems, and watch out for each other. And I'm the sort of person that's like, well, I'd prefer to have the help of people who went to school and know more about X, Y, and Z so that I'm not as blind or myopic or whatever the case may be. And then if you're honest with these people, they're not accustomed to that. And so they just think you're strange, or they think you're a drug addict and you're a scammer or whatever. So you can't be honest with so-called medical health professionals. Just like you can't be honest with the police, you can't be honest with your bosses. And in all cases, nobody actually wants to face the complexity of reality. And I mean, it's related to every single aspect of everything we've been talking about. Um, every decision any of us makes. The insurmountable complexity is not something any of us can deal with alone. It's too many factors. Nobody wants to do their due diligence and accept the nuanced situation and face their fears. And so opinions are just easy, convenient. And then, so same for biases and stigma and race. Any sort of excuse we make not to do the work or not to change. And I had this autistic young man, 21 years old, ask me the other day, like, what's wrong with repetitive behavior? And I'm like, well, begging the question, and sometimes there isn't anything wrong with it. It just depends. And then he asked me, like, what my repetitive behaviors are, and I thought about it and thought about it and thought about it, and I was like, I mean, certainly I do have some, like, idiosyncratic things, which you could say is because of autism, but I'm pretty sure that other people who wouldn't really be qualified as autistic have them as well. I mean, I really much just think the DSM is largely a pile of shit. Things are too complicated to just label as one thing. So I don't even value that. The question itself is begging the question, and it's insinuating that something is either good or bad, which is bifurcation. So it's so flawed that it's almost worthless intellectually. It's a concept even to consider. And then throughout this, I started to think about it, and I say, well, I think that uh, my autistic repetitive behavior is actually change itself because I obsess over inefficiencies. So any sort of like tick or like chewing my fingernails, I used to do that, and it started to hurt my teeth, and my fingernails would be like easily ripping to pieces, and then that would cause other pain, and then like it's also just a waste of time in general. Takes away from your focus. And so I pruned it the fuck out and obsessed over pruning it the fuck out. And then I do that with everything that is inefficient and causes a problem thereof. So there's my pattern-based behavior. And then not all autistic people are the same. And even the woman who gave me the diagnosis was like, yeah, you're not like any autistic person I've seen. Clearly on the spectrum or categorizable, but different. And I'm like, has no one seen the likes of me? And this young man, he is very much enthusiastic about reading the DSM and being psychologically minded and understanding his condition, and of course using it as a defense mechanism and as an excuse to, get away with shit. And just to cope, he uses the fake understanding that he gets with these labels as a coping mechanism. Understandable. And when I show him a different path, he is open to it and sees how it makes sense. So he's got potential, but yeah, I mostly just find it all to be pretty much a waste of time. But even with his avid obsession over learning about all of this sort of thing, even more than me, he's reading the DSM. He takes it, more as gospel, appeal to authority, logical fallacy type thing, and I'm breaking him of that. But he tells me that he tries to tell me about the nuance of autistic people, like we're not all the same sort of thing, because he has to tell other people that. And I'm like, yeah, no shit. Like, I don't know, because it apparently, no one's seen the likes of me before. So I'm like, how rare am I? I'm back to the rarity rating thing. And that's a desperate thing as well, because I don't have any help. And it's huge. Monumental, because so many different intersections of specializations and data sets that I don't have access to any of that. I know where to slot the numbers. I'm not entirely sure what to do with that, how to deal with the averages, comparative rarity, and I would need so many sets of data braided with that I don't know who has that data, how do I get access to it, and it's probably, paywalls, and colleges own pieces of it here and there, and tech companies, different pieces, biotech companies, other pieces, genetic company, and all of this ties into the war on drugs, the justification to do it differently, Carl Hart, PhD, guy I was talking about, and the prevalence of alcohol and how it affects your workplace environment and your predicament that we were talking about earlier. Well, I don't know what else to call it. Predicament, the wrong word. State of offering of choice making, or like observing issues within context. Yeah, it's like a whole bunch of shit at the same time, right? So, but yeah, and ultimately what I see is my brain will just go to the most logical thing to consider, which is how do you fix it? What are the problems? What's in the way of getting rid of those problems? And so I'm back to observing the problems within society. Our cultures are not that different. Still have prohibition, still have mindless authoritarianism applied as an industry standard, even when some of us are capable of being autonomous and responsible, can, you know, handle our liquor or handle our heroin, handle our cocaine, handle our meth, whatever it may be. We're all different genetically, so we can't be told what is right for us. And that's the thing that I really have a problem with, is that everyone is just assuming that alcohol's fine for everybody, or, and then if it isn't, well, just don't drink. Okay, well, I like to do something else. What now? Oh, well, that's illegal, so get fucked, get your life destroyed, get denied employment, get branded a piece of shit who can't be trusted. It's like as soon as you tell them that you do a drug, it's like if it's a drug that isn't acceptable, they're like, "Oh, well then your judgment's flawed," or you know, anything you say I can just write it off because you're a crazy person that does this. You're just a drug addict or whatever. And nobody's doing that with alcohol, hardly ever. People are allowed to drink, and I guess the biggest hypocrisy about all of it is that clearly alcohol causes problems socially. Clearly it makes people red, and they get belligerent more frequently, more primitive, less reasoned. And then that doesn't happen with a bunch of the drugs that are vilifying nature, like where my life gets destroyed over fucking marijuana. And I'm like, hello, this is bullshit. Years later, everyone's like, oh yeah, this is bullshit. But nobody makes it right that my life was destroyed over it. Nobody even wants to talk about that. And then I outgrow that drug because addiction is a fucking lie, basically. Nobody understands it. The reality is that once the drug stops being effective, which eventually it will, as your neurochemistry changes or you gain a tolerance to it to the point where it really has no fucking effect on you, and then you move on to something else, doesn't mean you're gonna like use it, that other thing, recklessly or whatever. It just means that you've moved on to something else. Your needs have changed. And they're like, it's a gateway drug. Like, no, no. An addiction's not the thing to be focused on here. And then you got doctors where they're like, listen here, little woman. You've had enough to drink. And you don't need to be drinking beer. And stop talking back. You can't talk politics at the table with the men. And meanwhile, it's a female doctor who's doing this. And I'm like, oh, hashtag feminism, what a success equality is. And meanwhile, I'm smarter than her. Even in her own field, I'm better at her job. And then, of course, doctors are like, none of the patients can possibly know my job better than me. My patient can't be right. Patients always lie. That's what I was taught. This is just a drug addict. Look, I've got a textbook definition of everything that classifies drug-seeking behavior. And drug-seeking behavior is indicative of an addict. Wow, you want to talk about false correlation on top of false correlation on top of subjective, opinionated, broken fucking nonsense. And this is the pattern that I'm faced with to do it by the book, is a constant arguing. And then if you argue and you point out their hypocrisy, they'll be like, you're hostile and aggressive and I'm uncomfortable having you as a patient. And then they throw you away. That's what you get for being honest. That's what you get for being smarter than them and saying, no, I'm defending myself against your mindless fucking bullying authoritarian bullshit. And then I want to beat them mercilessly to death in the parking lot. But I don't. But I want to. Good thing I don't drink, because then I'd probably act on that. And they fucking deserve it. And I am not ashamed to say any of that, because it's fucking true. And like, let's flip the tables then, bitch. How about you be a good little woman in the 50s, come over to my house, live in my world, and I tell you that you've had enough to drink. I tell you what to drink, how many is enough. Be in your shit. pretend like I know better than you about what goes in your body or how many drinks you need. Let's see if you think it's reasonable then, cunt. Let's see if you think that arguing and talking back makes sense for you. And I pointed out, this is my most recent doctor, I was like, you're being a hypocrite. Because she was like, nothing I say matters. And I'm like, yeah, welcome to my world. Like, and I mean, if she was right, I'd admit it. If she was just talking sense, I would admit it. But that's not what she's talking about. She's just arbitrarily trying to label the drug that I take as a villain, and then my dosage is the only thing left she has to rationalize a judgment call with, telling me that my dosage is inappropriate. It's too high. Like, you've had too much to drink. The only person who can know what dosage is right for them is them, and that's going to be based on their tolerance, and that's going to be based on a lifetime of doing drugs with tremendous complications that there's no way she can be the judge of it, but yet she's legally allowed to be a judge about it, and I have no legal rights. And so let me just start drinking alcohol and murdering people then, and being a criminal, I guess. Right? Let's fight over women instead. Let's fucking cause problems in the workplace, waste everyone's fucking time, cost corporations tons of money because we don't want to accept that we need to change the drugs in our society and change our perspectives on biohacking in general. Something that we've been doing instinctively for however many generations. I mean, absurdly long time. Probably like forever. I mean, as soon as we had the choice to seek out mind-altering substances, we did. And the norm is that we don't get perfect nutrition. And then, of course, cancer can't metastasize because it doesn't have what it needs to get out of control, because we don't have perfect diet with a surplus of proteins. So the unnatural state is to have perfect nutrition and no fucking drugs. So we're supposed to have a lack of vitamins and nutrition periodically, have just enough to survive moderate health, and then when our brains don't function in the most social fashion, we're irritable or whatever, don't have the patience to deal with the kids, we alter our state of consciousness as a coping mechanism with whatever is available in the environment. And we stumble upon that because we're forester gatherers. And sometimes we eat the wrong thing and die. Sometimes we eat cheese and find out that it's the wrong thing and it kills us. Sometimes we spend multiple generations with alcohol as part of our culture before realizing it was a giant mistake, and everything we got out of alcohol that we liked was not worth the cost we paid as a society or as a tribe. And we could get those pleasurable things more targeted with other substances. And again, it's being vilified. So it's at the root of every problem that we've been talking about, or demands you make a decision, ultimately. And then, will it be any different wherever else you go? I don't think it necessarily will be. So, if the pay isn't better, or the job isn't easier for the same amount of money, or you don't get a chance to know your contact more and see if there's any longevity potential there, then it's probably not worth changing it up, because there's not really much that's going to change. Except the pain in the ass of having to move or whatever. Now, you mentioned something else about just getting out of the city to get away from the culture of all those bars and everything. So that's a personal thing, or an individuated element for you to make a decision on, that I think holds more weight than anything else. If you think it's going to be good for you just to get the fuck away from the city, then that's the reason. And then me, living in the country is a horrible idea because people are more ignorant and more petty because of it, and more trifling and in your business, and Then the cops have less to do, so they're a pain in the ass. Internet issues, but not every small town is like that. It depends. And times are changed, and you live in a different country, so can't speak to every element of that. And it's interesting to me how much I obsess over something like this, even though it's not me that has to make the decision. It's so fascinating to me. I know so many things that intersect with making that decision that it's something I'm like trying to go to bed and I'm like, I should have asked him this. Like, fuck. And still, what was it that you heard other than just fighting over a woman? Like, any other details?
One.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately, we are violent creatures. Uh, Murder and violence is just really part of nature and not as big of a deal as, I mean, what's the intensity level? And like just a punch or a couple of punches or something, and like it is, it's not preferable, and it would be nice if people could resolve this sort of thing with words, but facts don't matter in this world. Words don't matter. Logic isn't respected. That's not our culture. And then mating and like access to mates is in the realm of natural matters of life and death, so to speak. So it's a bit different than just, I don't know, an argument or something, or your typical argument about something. It's more primal. I think considerations should be made for that. Not that what I think matters, but um and then who was the aggressor? Like,
But
And how old is he? Oh, he's still a kid, really. Like I definitely would go conflict resolution modality, not fire him. But I'm not the boss.
yeah, I could buy you a safe that kind of person. You have to be a combination.
My neck, my liver. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Well, larger companies, mm, perhaps more logic and cooler heads prevail more frequently than that sort of abuse of privilege. Certainly, it still happens, I imagine, but might look different and might be less often or only in key moments of more importance. Man, irrational loyalty has always been something I take issues with. To me, it matters a lot about the context and who was in the right, and what right looks like to me is not a subjective thing. It's based on a lot of rationalization and logic, and that entire situation to me is in the realm of shit happens. I mean, if you're going to be willing to drink and go to a bar, you're going to be willing to engage in flirting or attempting to get laid or dating at all, period, then you have to just accept that at some point you're going to get into an altercation, and it's your fault for engaging in the set of circumstances and activities. Like, accept some responsibility for the car accident that you got into because you were willing to get out on the road. You knew that stupid fucks were out there. You knew that you could get into an accident. It's not all the person's fault who got in, who like caused the accident. Um, this sort of rationale is largely non-existent. It seems everybody's more concerned about blame and then punishment of who gets blamed, not like whether or not the blame itself is even reasonable. Or like, again, nobody wants to face the complexity of reality. It's all just opinionated nonsense that ends up making the decision. And then I have definitely had people lose their temper with me, attack me with physical violence, and then we're still friends, all said and done. And I don't see why that can't apply to people doing business, or maybe it even more should. And then of course, like, you don't have to work together directly, so I mean, shit. Like, who? So it's it's the people that are making the decision. Like, he punched brass or whatever. He punched, like, yeah, like, he punched upper business management or owners, or so he punched a prince, sort of. Yeah, that is problematic. Hmm.
Something that is within the context.
What I would do if I was a boss or a king, I'd buy them both a hooker. I'd sit them down and say, "Don't fight over pussy." And I'd be like, "Stop drinking. Here's some MDMA. We're gonna go on a retreat. where we're gonna play fucking frisbee golf, get high on MDMA, and have honest conversations with each other. And you're gonna grow up. But if it's a sort of king who enables the prince, and it's a smaller outfit, then I would definitely be aiming to get the fuck out of there. And that doesn't mean that I would necessarily be ready to throw in with the person with the questionable judgment in that part of his life, because you never know when that'll escalate into, you need to help me get rid of this dead hooker in my trunk. Which, even though I would do that for a friend, or really, I might do it for anybody, but I wouldn't like it, and I wouldn't condone it. I would be upset that they involved me, and I would hate that this poor sex worker took whatever this accident was, and it cost her her life. And I respect hookers or sex therapy workers more than a lot of professions. No, I haven't. That sounds like a fun ride.
To
Well, feel free to share that in the psychology thread, hashtag it, and or in the dumpster pig, or direct message, whatever. Yeah. And then, like, I have things that pop up into my brain are just initially like, how do we know that it was actually a serial killer and not just somebody fucking with him? And then I guess part of me thinks that probabilistically I'll be able to discern the authenticity to, some extent. And then the other part of me is like, a lot of serial killers are really nice people that you would never suspect of being a serial killer. And they've been getting away with it for years or whatever. And everyone's shocked to find out, well, he's so polite. Which totally works for me because I'm such an asshole that it's like, well, it's likely I'm not a serial killer because I am such a fucking asshole. It's not indicative of serial killers. They'd get caught if they were assholes. Somebody'd be after them. Cause too much heat being an asshole. So that's, you can also apply that to the dude who threw the punch. He's probably not a serial killer. He's probably not the sort of person that would kill a hooker. He's a bit more of a Bateman type. The the prince.
yes.
Okay. Well, I was talking about the other guy. Okay, okay. So you could influence him to just steer clear of alcohol, largely. It shouldn't be your job, but unfortunately, if you're there, and you never know who he's willing to listen to. Sometimes it's easier to hear some stuff from a stranger than it is the people that you worry about how they perceive you, or you don't want to be ashamed or something. That's why I've been so effective as a psychologist on the internet unofficially, because anonymous people can tell me whatever, and it's easy. It's less consequential. Yeah. At any rate, the potential of getting to know this fellow more, was that anything that you acted upon, or developments? I do. I understand what you're saying, and I recognize that. And probabilistically, that's a reasonable thing to consider. And also, like I was saying, larger company, more people, less chance of these sort of issues being dealt with in sort of extreme fashions. And at the same time, if it was an intern or something like that, then in the larger company, it probably be even swiftly delivered justice. Like, oh, you were on, you know, your arrangement here was tenuous anyway, so we don't need you. We were doing you a favor letting you be an intern, so get the fuck out of here, sort of thing. But then again, it didn't happen at work. I don't know. I just, I wish that there was industry standards regarding logistical authority, tribal council, wise people, sort of thing. Yeah. And then, of course, actually adhering to and learning from them would be nice, not just, well, we'll take it under advisement and rightly thank you for going and fucking yourselves, wasting your time, weighing in. And then assessments of, like, if someone is to judge a particular situation, I think that they should be on record as passing certain judgments for certain reasons. And if later it's discovered that the judgment was flawed, both by them and society, or just them, then they should have a track record that displays their ability to be accurate despite society or, the atmosphere encouraging them to make a certain judgment. Like if the Jedi Council was adhered to, then it would make sense to me that their accuracy was tracked. And yet again, I'm probably just too reasonable for this stage of development for our uncivilized AIDS son. Sad miseries as it is. And I'm a bit of a savage gangster as well mentality, so balance to everything I say. And wise man says we'll see, but I do have a track record even from childhood of being right about everything, especially when I put my foot down. And right along with that track record, authority is wrong every time and abuses me for putting my foot down and asserting my intellectual authority. And then in the case where it's corporatocracies making their own fucking rules with terms of services all the time, and there's people with money are like microcosmal kings of environments, and any fucking person with a following on social media gets to be a cult leader, just a fucking idiot 14-year-old. Like anything I say matters. Be it the occasional moment where someone like yourself appreciates the effort I make, whatever you would like to call it. But just like, I don't know, a compliment or appreciation does not put food on the table, so to speak. It does not fix the problems that I have. It does not get me one step closer to fixing the world's problems necessarily, directly, as much as I would like it to. But it somewhat does, or it could. It's a matter of potential and depends, but probabilistically, it wouldn't most of the time. It would just lend to building experience and judgment and awareness of a great many circumstances. And then I'll never be a Supreme Court judge, more than likely. I will never likely run a massive corporation. I will likely be impoverished and boots on my throat for my entire life, and trivialized, vilified, criminalized, and slighted, slandered. I mean, religion itself, by default, slanders me every single fucking day that it asserts its beliefs, forces people to sign morality clauses, along with a lot of other people. And if I was a Supreme Court judge, I would set precedents in that regard and assert that religion itself is not immune to the prosecution of the law in these regards, and that their beliefs do actually qualify as a crime by slandering and defamation of character, and in these regards cannot be respected and cannot be used to deny somebody access to employment, for example, which they do. And corporations will use the justifications of religious people or just status quo driven social acceptability as a justification to fire somebody or to decide who gets access to opportunity. And that is one of the main things that has destroyed my ability to be successful. And then not being successful is what people use to shame me and discredit me and write me off as, it doesn't matter that what I was saying had value, just like an ad hominem. So it continues to destroy my life even past their initial action. And the refusal to accept the natural elements of what is part of that as well, just as it is part of the reckless judgment and favoritism in regards to the gentleman and the prince, or the ungentleman moment and the prince. No, I don't read much, but I uh, don't do that either. Yeah, I definitely was aware that there was some artistic representation of everything that had just happened, and I'm pretty sure if I think hard enough, I will find some adaptation of that scenario in some of the films that I have seen, as originality is pretty rare, and that seems like something that commonly occurs. And I've probably been in the same spot, minus the violence. And ultimately, I will not resort to violence unless it's in self-defense. But in my younger years, I'm trying to think, did I ever resort to violence as the aggressor? I don't think so. I think even then it was only self-defense. But I was always punished as if I was the one that was wrong, even though I was never the aggressor. And so there is an example of where favoritism of someone else for no good fucking reason other than like, oh, they're a prince. Or in my case, I was just vilified uh, by my stepfather, branding me as a problem child sort of thing by going to my teachers in advance and being like, look, he's, got behavior issues and working on it. And I'm an authority on this matter. And if he gets out of line, you make sure to tell me because I'll punish him a second time when he gets home, sort of thing. And like, and then the teachers are just like, oh, he's a problem child, so it's automatically his fault. But it never was. Nor was I a problem child. I was just smarter than him. So, and like questioning his authority or like shitting on his position is a gross similarity, really. And it relates to every single doctor that I am forced to fight with for my right to choose what I do with my own fucking body. And forced to show them every time that they have no fucking idea what they're talking about. And at the same time, every time I do this, I make note and I mention that in many cases where they would try to make a case for X, Y, and Z, that they would likely be right to do so, and that most patients will not be worthy of your trust, and most people cannot be trusted to make a decision about anything. But you can't apply that as an industry standard. You can't expect every single person that walks through your door to also be negligent, or you're negligent. I mean, like, you're rolling the dice. And you can't do that in medicine. You can't do that with science. You can't presume to know. And then nobody is qualified in this regard. It's too fucking complicated. Just like, I mean, if I had it my way, I would not be pigeonholed with one drug. And I would not pigeonhole or bifurcate the deal with, like, either it's a reprimand or he gets fired or something. Like, there are other options to take, other strategies to apply. And so in my life, if I had it my way, I'd probably have 5 drugs that I know about right now, and another 5 or 10 that I don't know about, maybe a couple that haven't been invented yet, in my cabinet. And I would be alternating them, microdosing, and keeping my tolerance low for all of them, and using them to purpose for each activity, as each one would complement a particular activity better than another. And instead, I am forced to choose between maybe 2 or 3 legally from a doctor, while they try to tell me what my dose should be, and they insist I experiment with a bunch of drugs that I read the side effects and I'm like, no fucking thank you. Whereas I read the side effects of the illegal drugs that I have already tried, and I'm like, yes, like, these side effects don't happen to me when I do the drug, or this side effect doesn't happen unless you do too much, or you get a bad batch, or there's nuance to it. And so I would choose what I know over a bunch of new stuff. And that's one thing I've learned from recreational drug experimentation, life experience. I'm 42 and I don't want to do it anymore. I want to do what I know works and get as much out of my life as I can. And everyone is standing in my fucking way. And again, it's the same sort of opinionated piousness, ivory tower, and privilege that allows inappropriate people to make these judgment calls, and then the cooler heads, or the more intelligent person in a given room, is not respected, not utilized appropriately, and they're disregarded. And the attitude is, well, I ain't got to. Well, that's just the way it is. And I'm like, yeah. And kids say, neener, 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 you can't make me. So how the fuck does anyone still think any of this is reasonable? Why the fuck would I respect a so-called civilized society and their laws, or a corporation and their terms of service, or a doctor or a judge, if none of them are reasonable? And then I'm like, Idiocracy, the best documentary ever fucking made. Over and over again, we are experiencing the failures of this world, and every single time I can track it back to this fucking bullshit where nobody respects intelligence. Ultimately, that's at the core of all of this every time. Because if they did, it wouldn't be within their power to make the judgment call. They wouldn't be the one coming up with the strategy of how to handle it. I wouldn't be stuck in a bedroom prison. I'd be running shit. The Supreme Court judges who are religious would not be Supreme Court judges. There would be no religion in any sort of realm where people were judged, or judged what to do about whatever they did. Nor would it be in school. Nor would there be any favoritism to it whatsoever. More than likely, it would be labeled a mass delusion. And if someone was fanatical, asserting that their mass delusion be respected, I would repurpose the privatized prison industry to serve as mass incarceration for the fanatical religious people till they grow the fuck up. Or maybe they don't, and they stay in there, live relatively comfortable lives, not abused, while not abusing other people. I mean, I wouldn't make any sort of mental institution the more or less unpleasant, underfunded shit shows that some of them are, or that some of them have been. Of course, the way I would do things is not the way, even if I set it up to run a certain way, doesn't mean that it would, because all the people that run it are easily corrupted, lazy, number of things. Then it's like you wonder if you could show people the consequences of doing one thing or another, or not doing something, if that would, make it so you wouldn't have to moderate or check on them, and they would just be disciplined and do it. I don't know. I guess it depends on what, but mostly I want to lean towards the probability that they wouldn't if it was just even a matter of them having to go out of their way a little bit. It's like they'd be lazy and not do it, despite the consequences. And then I start to question whether or not stupid people should be allowed to breed. And then I shave either side of my mustache. I wish freedom made sense. I wish we were evolved to the point where it made sense. But I don't think it does. I don't think people can handle that shit, no matter how much we want them to. I mean, if you were king for a day, what would you do? King for 20 years, what would you do? That's ultimately the question of the ages, as we need a paradigm shift in the world. Been focused on this for 20 years now. It always comes back to this. Doesn't matter what it is. People are always like, why is it that every time I talk to you, it always comes back to this? Because that's what matters currently more than anything. We have no fucking choice but to deal with this. Nobody's getting away from it. We're all going to suffer if we don't. So that's why it always comes back to it. Never mind, it would still come back to it. There's nothing that we can talk about that doesn't include this, unfortunately. Which is also fortunate for me. That way everything fascinates me. All these people who are like, well, I'm really just not that interesting. To who? Because it's everyone's interesting to me. But that was an actual question as well, to you and to anyone else. Yeah. That's why I say 20 years, because a day you're not really going to be able to do anything. Not really. So you're going to have to be, looking at it from a larger scale, like a lifetime of ruling over a kingdom or whatever. Something to that effect. Ultimate power to decide how everything is done, remodel all of civilization to whichever specification is required to support whichever other specification in order to eliminate X, Y, and Z issues and prevent them from reemerging. It's a lot to think about. Right, right. And I wasn't insinuating that I trusted to give you the job even if I had the power, which I don't. Just, I was really just pr- proposing the question to get you to think about it, mainly as my intention was to make you realize just how complicated it is. And most people, kudos to you, would not admit that they're not the right person for the job and that it would be grotesque or, barbaric or whatever. Um, so respect for that. Um, but yeah, and you're right, and I already knew that because I don't know that I had anything in mind of like how you would fail necessarily. Just that I knew that at your age, with what you've done so far with your life, there's really no way you could know what to do with it because I know how much you have to focus on specialization for that task to even have the slightest idea of what to do about it. And so I didn't expect you to have an answer or anything either. But I also didn't expect you to like, I didn't require an answer either. Like, you could think about it a bunch, and maybe you don't have an answer for 100 different problems, but maybe you figure out an answer for one. Or maybe not. Maybe you think you do, and you bring it to me, and I show you why it doesn't work. Maybe you get better at it. Maybe you get bit by the bug. And then maybe I have a teammate, collaborator in thought in this regard. I know other people are interested in this to quite an extent, and some to a minor extent. Like uh, one person in the Discord is interested in transportation and sidewalks and more support for the pedestrians to get around and get to work and stuff, or people who don't have personal vehicles. So that's one subsection. If they became highly focused on it, it's one less thing for me to have to be as highly focused on. What the fuck? Momentarily in a game, I'll run into a wall of some sort and be like, oh shit, I'm gonna have to think for a second and figure out what the fuck's going on here. And yeah, that's buggy as fuck. And my memory is a beautiful thing. There's so much in my brain that I cannot remember lots of stuff. I easily forget things. 5 years go by and I could watch a movie or a series again almost as if it's the first time. And games are like that too. And in this game, I have. What the fuck? And then part of me is like, is this bugged? But I don't remember. And there might be something else that I am failing. Find the shipwright Amanda Holiday to register your jump ship. Right, but I just spoke with her, didn't I? And these should be her, right? Ew. Bugginess. Yeah, see, I've already spoken with her. Oh, maybe I have to equip that. Well, I definitely have suggestions. And Portal is still on the menu. Portal 2. And that is relating to what I was saying about this is fucked. I've spoken to her. Find shipwright Amanda Holiday and register Holiday to register your jump ship. Okay. Maybe I'm supposed to return to orbit. So that I can return to the tower on the top floor. But there's the mission again. Huh. That's fucked up. I want to say it's bugged. And I don't remember doing this mission. And it's odd because they made me do the original campaign. Like when I came in, go to the today, it was like suggesting that I had never done the initial campaign, the very, very beginning, which I've definitely done on every character. And it wasn't like that when I stopped playing. And I've played through most of the initial campaign now. Don't remember doing anything of it at all. And I'm like, is this a new campaign or something? I'm like, what the fuck is going on, Destiny? And now I've hit a wall where it seems very obviously to be broken. Literally running into a wall that shouldn't be there, or I don't know. What are you playing? Huh. Puzzle or what? I don't know what that is. I guess you'll just have to share something so I can see what it's like. And I suppose you could tell me the genre, whatever it's listed as. It's listed somewhere. Okay. Sims usually have an element of strategy to it. It's puzzle-esque. Right, I had heard that. And I'm not a big fan of anything realistic. Anything even remotely trying to be realistic. Like that. Compared to Destiny and Doom, oh yeah. Yep. And then Destiny 2 is leaning more towards Call of Duty, more towards realism in terms of, you know, couple bullets and you're dead sort of thing. Really quickly you're dead. And so it's a lot of the same elements of real combat. Don't take risks. You go cover to cover, you know. Parameter based shooter is what I call it. And CS:GO is parameter based. Call of Duty, Battlefield. With what you remembered. Um, have you ever played Destiny 2? Have you ever watched? Well, Destiny 1 is by far a better game, but yeah, but multiplayer is better. And then single player is more limited, but the single player and co-op for Destiny 2 is pretty fucking amazing. And then the multiplayer is good enough to play. It's addictive enough. It's not what I want it to be, but it's still good enough to make me play it. So yeah. In what? Well, I, I am streaming, so you're welcome to check it out. And the beauty of this game is that pretty quickly you catch up in light level, and every season they come out with a new theme, so and new weapons with that theme and armor, and it's partial planned obsolescence ultimately. So that, meaning, um, you won't be coming into the game and then being like outgunned because of people who have been in it longer. I mean, there's a little bit of that that goes on, but a lot of the stuff that used to be awesome is no longer awesome. Hold on, I gotta read. I'll lead him to do as well as leading the group, supports all Vanguard operations. Lately, he spends more time commanding troops than fighting on the front lines, but he has placed some of the first stones in the wall. Zavala thinks every life. Now it fucking opened up. Damn it! I don't play with any of the chatter of the AI because it interrupts me. And then I wasn't paying attention to read that the ghost was talking to me, and I couldn't skip it. So I just left the quest before just letting the ghost talk its mouth off. Either that or it was actually bugged and the ghost wasn't talking or something. Because I feel like I stayed in there long enough for that to happen. I don't know. Any rate, as I was saying, the you can open up this game, start playing it, and participating with the first season pass, and whatever the new hotness is, and quickly you will be an adequate team member and be enjoying the single player with everybody else. Now, they are bastards about free play compared to paying them. So, you can play for free, and you can get a good sense of whether you like the game or not, get used to it. There's actually quite a lot you can do for free. But you'll farm a lot more if you don't pay them for that season pass, for one thing. And then there's a lot of content you won't have access to, that's pretty epic, and it will harm your experience not to have access to it because people will be like, what can we do together? Who needs to do what? Oh, you need to do this? Oh, well, one of the members can't go here, so we can't do that type thing. Um, but you could try it and see if you like it, and it'll be like CS:GO in terms of it's a tactical shooter, but it's got far more to it than CS:GO, and it's faster pace, way prettier. And you were just talking about like cosmetic type stuff, so you probably will like the cosmetic stuff in this game, as it is pretty stylish, very artsy fartsy, and a lot of customization. It's pretty unique in that regard. It's a beautiful game. Very, very visually keeps me satiated, like playing a work of art all the time. I like games like that, but they still have to be good. The physics have to be good. It has to be smooth. And this game nails all of that. I do have complaints. Can't speak for everybody. Ultimately, it is, but it's not the best game. And at the same rate, like, I can't speak for everyone, preferences and stuff. So you can look at it, you can watch me play it, you can even try it for nothing, see if you like it, and then it's like you could just buy what you want to buy of it. You don't have to buy all of it. You don't even really have to buy anything necessarily, and you can still play the fuck out of it. I think I played it for a while for free. Know that. Know that. And then the cool thing about this game, like the gaming industry is a little bit toxic these days where You know, there's a shit ton of Call of Duty games out there because they they make them designed to throw them in the garbage and get you to buy another one. And that sucks because you just end up paying full price for an unfinished product that's all fucking buggy. And then when you complain about the bugs, maybe they fix it, maybe they don't. And then by the time they fix everything, they've already brought out another one. And then they expect you to buy that one. It's just annoying. And then in this game, they do want your money regularly, but instead of making you play a bunch of broken shit over and over again, they just keep making really interesting shit to do with their this game already. And they're really creative. So I'd rather this model, just like I'd rather pay monthly to play an online RPG that's fully built out, finished product, and engaging, and you know people give a fuck about it, and people running it interact with you and shit, events and that sort of thing. I always prefer to pay people for their work. Free model is garbage. And then buying like and then planned obsolescence is a part of business, and even that element they do better than the rest of the industry, where it's like, yes, there are better things that come out every season that make your other shit obsolete and you don't use it as much, but a bunch of your old stuff, your old exotics and other legendaries, they're not completely obsolete. They're still good for something. Like they might be still good in multiplayer. Sometimes multiplayer doesn't include light level bonuses. So there'll be like old loot that's a really good weapon, works really good, you like it preferentially, it's your style, you use it well, so it's still really good to you. It's not actually obsolete. So I find that to be fascinating. And then if you put in a whole bunch of resources into a piece of armor and then the piece of armor becomes obsolete, you break down that piece of armor and you get a percentage of all those resources back to put into your new suit of armor that replaced it. And you're never really starting over after that. It's just new campaign comes out, new activities, new abilities, new weapons, new armor, new mods that change the game substantially, change the meta. I mean, really big, where it's the same game still, but yet somehow it's different. And that's not always good, but it's neither bad nor good, even when it's not good. It's like, well, I miss it being this way in this one way, but I'm still having fun with a lot of the newer stuff. And I would prefer change over staying the same all the time. Um, I definitely wouldn't still be playing the game if it didn't keep changing. And then it's got some occasional elements of puzzle solving that usually nobody wants to solve and they just look it up. So that's become less and less of a thing, which is unfortunate because I like doing that. But there's a bunch of raids that I've never done, and I've never watched a video on how to do them. And so that's an opportunity for you and me, and maybe if we get lucky, for other people who also don't know those raids. And then we can go in there and solve it, try to figure it out, mess with shit, which sounds interesting to me and challenging as well. That's the other thing too, is that no matter what level you are, there's always something that is extremely challenging. And that's not always a good thing either, because sometimes you're in limbo between levels and gear and stuff where it's either you're left with something that's mind-numbingly boring easy and then something that is ridiculously hard, frustrating, and you just have to like farm. And that's also where they get your money too, because if you pay for the season pass, then you don't have to farm as much. They give you a whole shit ton of resources and perks that make it so you're more likely to get resources. And it's like, what do you value more, your money or your time? For me, it's always time that I value more. And then I've got plenty of it to boot. And it's too bad that I can't give you stuff. Like, I can help you get through things that you couldn't have gotten without me. That's kind of like power leveling. Can help you get things done faster. But I can't like just hand you a bunch of gear. Makes me miss Asheron's call. I could make you my vassal, and XP that you gain passes up to me. It goes into augmentation traits. Even when I'm maxed out, there's always something for me to use that XP on. And then I give you a bunch of stuff that's really good for you. It's trash to me. And power level you and give you money. Help your vassals so that they can earn you XP. And then XP that you earn because of them, there's a percentage that passes up to me. That's the perfect way to encourage people to help each other. Man, I miss that so much. That game's just gone entirely. All of the traits that were in it that made me love it, no game has emulated. Like, why? They did it so well that they wanted planned obsolescence. They didn't want it done that well. People to be that loyal to it. And Bungie really nailed it with Destiny 2 because this will be the last Bungie game that I think I will likely be invested in, other than like Halo Infinity, because that's free as well. And that's just like arena shooter, which I don't like it as much as Halo uh, Master Chief Collection. Halo Reach is better. And Halo 3. What I really wish was Halo 3 physics in every regard, and then just add some of the stuff that Reach had, like Jetpack, and I don't know, maybe a couple other things. And instead, they completely redid the physics for Reach in a way that I didn't like as much. But yeah, so if you like CSGO, you'll probably like the multiplayer in this game. It's a tactical shooter, and there's more to it, so it's more interesting. There's more to be tactical with, and it's a bit faster pace. It's a bit sci-fi and also RPG elements. Um, and at the same time, you might just feel like you don't have enough time for it. It's one of the ones where like I wanted to but didn't, and there were so many of my friends that were like, "Oh man, you love this game. You should play this game," but I missed out on it. I feel like no point in trying to play it now, but we were playing some older games and revisiting things, so maybe not. Maybe I should play it. That's weird. The what days? Not sure what that is. Sounds varied. Like your contextual definition didn't match up. It's cool. It's cool. I still want to know what it means. Oh, okay. I want to say that's the only place I've heard it is in sci-fi realm as well. You were talking about Payday. You became an adult, a responsible member of society. And me, I'm like, fuck that noise. If I can't rule the world, then it's not good enough. As fucking mature as that is, I don't care. I know what I'm supposed to be doing. That's it. And if I can't do that, then nothing but fucking torment exists for me. No thank you. Do I want anything else that? And this definition on Jiggly shared something here. Me, when I come to the States, also got the ticket and I'll be traveling this Saturday. Okay, what the fuck is up with this poor fucking chihuahua? Punched in the eye chihuahuas. Yeah. Yeah, he gets these girls, he gets girlfriends on the internet and then like whatever cam to cam sex shit that eventually isn't good enough and then he's now going to go to America to give this bitch the D. Brave one he is. Um and okay. Characterized by happiness, great success, and prosperity. Golden, often used to describe an idyllic time in the past that is remembered as better than today. Calm, peaceful, prosperous, affluent. Right, that makes sense. A golden age, or the good old days. Yeah, I think it's fine. I think you used it appropriately, and you know, fuck everyone who's ignorant and doesn't want to learn. It is more efficient. Yeah, yeah, it is more efficient, and at the same time, it gets boring using the same words all the time. After a while, especially things that jokes I make regularly or things I have to explain all the time for whatever reason, feel like I need to explain them. I get tired of it and I just want to find a new way to do it. So there's that. And efficiency is definitely something I very much appreciate. And I too have been in that situation, considered that. And what's the point of knowing a bunch of big words if people don't use those words and they're not going to know what you mean and you're just going to have to explain to them what it means and then it's so inefficient it's not worth doing. But you could also use it as a trick. You know that most people don't know the word because they don't use it. And then if you use it teaching someone something, and then you know that it's very likely or almost guaranteed that they don't know the word, then if they don't ask you what you mean, you know they don't really give a shit about what you're saying. And then that's a test so you know whether or not they're worth teaching anything to. I'll fucking waste industrial waste repurposing in a very creative way. But a lot of times, things that I say fall on deaf ears. People pretending to listen. So that pisses me off to no end. And really, I don't want to ever have to teach anybody anything, especially if I've made a video about it. Which there's a bunch of stuff that I've made videos about so that I don't have to repeat myself. And what I've discovered is people won't watch them. They'll just demand that you hold their hand and explain everything to them rather than doing it on their own time. They're, that's fine. I'm fine just listening to you talk about it. And then they can't repeat anything that you say verbatim. So they end up misquoting you or putting words in your mouth, and it just becomes a total waste of time. And then with a word like halcyon, um, if I gotta learn, someone's gotta learn the definition of the word, then it would be harder for them to misquote you as they solidified their memory by learning a new word, perhaps. I don't know. I don't know. It might actually be a really good way to do things. Um, every time I have to explain something to someone, learn a way to explain it, learn new words that no one uses, which forces somebody to either prove that they're listening and learn those new words and also remember and not misquote. It just happens so fucking much. It's either that or I just need to stop entertaining idiots. Just be like, look, if you don't have enhanced memory, you're not smart enough to benefit from my tutelage, so I'm not going to bother trying to teach you anything type shit. Or like, if it's like convenient for me to show them something that we're doing, then okay, sure. But, and then of course there's the painful realization or having to accept that you just never have anybody to talk to at that point. Or anything that you ever talk about will be fucking boring, worthless to you. Because most of the time, intelligent people aren't going to be around. Or intelligent people that give a fuck. Or intelligent people that actually need the tutelage or want it. So it gets rare, more rare and rare. Then you just become obsolete unless you want to become a college professor, sign a morality clause, and vilify some giant percentage of the population in the process, or enable that vilification. And this is more of the torment of being smart and not being a full-grown adult living in the world with a job to take up all of their time. Yeah, it is. It is. And at the same time, it's not really my choice. I'm not allowed to speak in public. Eventually, I will say something that gets me into trouble, so to speak. It's really the rest of the world's problem, but they'll make it my problem, even though it shouldn't be. I do not. No, I don't think so. And why do you mention this? Because you think that I should run for prime minister? I mean, to me that would just pretty much nearly guarantee that most people would die without ever paying off their mortgages, and the banks would just always perpetually own the houses and keep on giving 100-year mortgages to people that they would never pay off. And it's like making perpetual rent. But if it's really cheap compared to what people make, I guess that's not a horrible idea. I mean, buying a house is a fucking horrible risk. It puts like most of your eggs in one basket, and then the housing market, something happens and you lose like everything. Um, Unless you're, doing something that you can pay off really quick, which I feel like makes more sense. I really wish I had control over my family's finance, but unfortunately I do not. If I had it my way, I would buy probably several cheap places, like fuck trailers even, and be a landlord and live in one while I rent out two or three, and then own all of them outright, and then just make money. And then the money piles up, and then eventually I'm renting whatever 3 or 4 trailers instead of living in one. And I'm living probably in a really nice apartment in LA or somewhere where I want to live that actually makes sense for me to be there. Which I'm not sure LA is that place, but more likely LA than a lot of places. Right, right, but that's because the majority of people are toxic conservatives or influenced by that popular culture, and also pants shitters that are prejudice against anyone or anything that makes them question their identity. And a lot of times that's in association with toxic masculinity. And then young men in the realm of gaming, they are commonly of that cut of that cloth or at that stage of development within their lives. And I am completely okay with all of the diversity within LA. And LA is one of maybe 2 or 3 cities in America that are extensively set up to support autistic people. So there's a lot of autistic people there, and that would make it easier for me to find my people, so to speak. And I would be allowed to speak in public without being brutally murdered or like high likelihood of beaten within an inch of my life like every other fucking day just for saying something that the world can't handle. LA can handle it. Not everyone in LA necessarily, but there will be plenty of so-called like my people or friendlies, and the movie industry, entertainment industry, comedians, a lot of dark humor, perversion, bunch of degenerates. I would fit in well in that realm. And then at the same time, it's still America and still problems, and I'm still going to have to rule or affect those who are ruling. It'll be easier in a city where I'm allowed to speak in public. And so it's either that, Boston, or Portland. And Portland is a mix of conservative and progressive culture, which I don't think is healthy. And there's plenty of evidence to support that it is not healthy. And then LA is more progressive, and that's why it's not popular, because the majority of America is toxic conservative, religious fascists, and even white nationalists who are prejudiced against, well, anyone who's different, anyone who's not white, anyone who's not straight. And I don't really have much of a sexual preference at all, like no sex. So it doesn't really matter to me what people's preferences are. And they all want to have sex with me, unfortunately. And I'm like, when I was younger, maybe I'd have been some sort of weird swinger person, but I never had the opportunity, never really solidified in a relationship, and then receded from society in my prime. And now I've, for the most part, outgrown sex. It's not like it's completely dead. There's still an animal in there, instinct to breed, but not really. It's just, and I feel like I don't have time for it. I got more important things to do. My life, my skills that I've built, seeded from society. And I definitely don't have time for a bunch of irrational prejudice in relation to existential crisis avoidance. So, pretty much everywhere in this country, to me, is a toxic place to live, including the place where I live currently. And then any place where it isn't fucking mindless, toxic prejudice bullshit and religious fascism, toxic conservatism, cult-esque to the level of such an extreme that I want nothing to do with it, I can't afford to live there. Unless I do something with the family's money, like I was suggesting. Which we have considered some stuff like that. But ultimately, I don't feel comfortable trying to negotiate or work with my irrational family. None of them. So, I mean, ultimately, they are not strategists. They are not logicians. They are not nerds. They're not as smart as me. They don't respect me. And I should be the one making all the decisions. And they should be given input about their preferences and anything that I don't know about. Not being the ones that get to ultimately make the choices. Boomers, period, cannot be trusted. Never seen a boomer in my entire life that I would trust to make a single decision about anything. They're wrong, period. They are not from the information age. They will never fucking know what they're talking about. They're too prone to filling in the blanks with opinions and being complacent. Mm-mm. There's some boomers out there that are rebels, You know, like Sea Shepherds, Watson, but he still doesn't know what to do to fix the world's problems. He's still wasting his fucking time on a cause that he cannot win. There is no winner to fighting over that. There's really no winner to fighting at all. Efficiency is not obvious. That's really what we're after, ultimately. That's the way to improve the world, no matter what way you want to improve it. And yet again, he's not going to listen to me. So it doesn't matter. Just more of the torment. And generational divide stagnation is right up there. My list of problems with the world, major problems. The old they live too long, they keep the money and the material possessions, and therefore the influence and power inappropriately, and politically it stagnates. And so they can't keep up with the times. And the Generation X, children of the internet, closer to millennials, people my age, are the only ones that have a chance of not only having the wisdom and experience, judgment to rule without being a fucking nightmare for everyone, but also have the ability to be adaptable and be aware and be, dialed into the pulse of the world, because we are part of the internet, whereas the boomers will never be. So it's Gen X or you're fucked. That's the truth. And the other problem with that is that the majority of the population, Gen X or not, or Gen X included, are broken, conformist, piece of shit cowards and simpletons, logically flawed, cognitively biased, fucking lizards, lizard-brained people, and cannot be trusted, period. And just how rare am I becomes the question. Am I the only person qualified to rule the world? Unfortunately, the answer might be yes. Like, define qualified. And if you think that that's an arrogant thing to say, well, that's a reasonable thing to think. And if it was true that it was just arrogance, then I would, be like, well, I'd probably be all fucking butthurt that someone said it. But unfortunately, it's probably true. I don't like that it's true. That I wish that it was just a feeling. I wish it was a delusion. I wish I was just arrogant. But I don't see any evidence to suggest that anybody knows better than me in almost any regard. And sometimes people will know just as good as me, but then it's like a one-off where they know something or a couple of things where they manage to assess it correctly. They've got potential, but they're a student. They're not ready to rule. They're just someone who has the potential to apprentice under someone like me and then replace me. And of course, those people, they almost never see themselves as an apprentice or would admit that, or instead they're just presumptuous and they keep trying to tell me they know better about everything. And then the only time that they nail it are moments where I already knew that. So they're just wasting my time presumptuously telling me something I already know. And then I just am mildly annoyed instead of enraged because they were wrong, then it would be really fucking annoying. But because they're right, at least they're accurate. I'm only mildly annoyed. And that actually happens quite a lot. Run into perceptive, intelligent people that are young that like to call people on their bullshit. So they are always looking for the right answers to one up somebody. And then they'll find someone like me who is brazen, confident about their intelligence and open about knowing they've got it like that. And then they want to either prove to themselves that they're as smart as me, or prove to themselves that I'm not as smart as I think I am, even though they don't know how smart I think I am. They have no idea what I actually think. They just presume to know. And ultimately, this is more of my torment and more of my ponderance of just how rare am I. Like, it's not just intelligence, it's a certain type of person who focuses on wanting to know about the world's problems, willing to face that nightmare, and also being able to come up with effective solutions, strategies, and to be able to see all of the actual problems and escape from the biases. And most people do not try to go out of their way to escape logical fallacy and cognitive bias. Most people don't start with admitting their ignorance. Most people who are confident are also arrogant and won't be like, well, I'm ignorant and weak in these regards and I need help. So I'm really fucking weird. I'm like, am I the last honest person in the world? For fuck's sake. Am I the only person who can do this? And if that's true, then we are so fucked. Because you guys need a lot more than just me. Like, you need to duplicate me 1,000 times or more. Just to make sure that there's somebody competent who's not going to make a horrible decision for everyone else in positions of power. They're key points. And of course, all of them communicating, working together. I wish there were more of me. That would make things so much fucking easier. Would be no argument ever. Nobody would mind being told if they didn't know something. No one would mind admitting when they need help. Everyone would be quick to be like, oh, I'm ignorant about this. Does anybody know this? Anybody know the answer for this? Who does? How can we find who does? And then that's where that person's usefulness would usually end. They wouldn't get false authority just because they knew one thing better than the rest of us. There'd always be balance, nuance, understanding. Logic would always rule, not a single person. And ultimately, I think I'm just going to die and be a legend, and then no one will know who I am until later. And then you'll be alive, more than likely, and you'll be able to say, oh yeah, I knew that guy very well. And it's a shame that he's gone. And then, of course, I'll be like echoing a ghost going, I told you this would happen. Just remember I said this would happen. Remember, I knew how to fix these problems and nobody would listen. No one would listen to the point where I stopped telling people the answers because it became such a waste of my time to tell anybody that what the solution was. I mean, that's really fucking pathetic. You think about it. It's like, for the longest time, I was willing to just give away all the answers, and I gave them away to so many people, and it got me nowhere except committing suicide with my time, that now I just refuse to tell anybody. And people shit on me so fucking bad that I almost want everyone dead, so I want to withhold, part of me, half of me, wants to withhold all the answers, all the solutions, that I know that incorporating every aspect of what I've done together for the laterally supportive, multitudinous patching curative solution that optimizes and saves the most lives and most benefit possible, I know that there's nobody even close to that. Not even the people that have been focused on geopolitical restructuring or sustainability or whatever. And I'm only just now starting to see teams of people start to do scant pieces of what I was prepared to do 10, 15 years ago. And they're just myopic, like most specialists, and of course, underfunded. We're talking like low millions is their budget when it needs to be like $500 million or a couple billion. And of course, more that I'm not going to say. I'm not giving anything away and wasting my time anymore. And back to focusing on what can we do now? What's worth doing? And then the painful, miserable acceptance that the answer is murder boners as I mindlessly kill shit in Destiny. But it's a pretty good consolation prize in regards to comparative consolation prize. It's just hard to keep my focus on this game with the weight of the world crushing me. And it's a good thing that everyone hates me so much and has abused me so much so that I can justify wishing all of them dead, because that's exactly what's happening for every moment that I'm forced to do this instead of doing what I have specialized to do. Also, the other thing, I didn't set out to specialize to rule the world. That just ended up being what I turned into on accident, and now I'm tormented by it. Like, I just wanted to know why people did what they did. I was just curious about science, and then the internet and time and my ostracized state and capabilities together, that just turned me into this fucking piece of shit monster. And now I'm tormented, probably more than any other genius in all of history. Fucking challenge you to find one more tormented. There's another reason why everything comes back to this. Because I do everything I can to distract myself from thinking about it, but everything reminds me of it. There's no escaping. Man, does it fucking suck. What's up? Oh, right, right. And I mean, so he's not as tormented as me because he freed himself with suicide. And me, I want to die. And I'm even like starting to plan suicide. But the problem with it is that I know that if I don't fix the world's problems, the future's going to suck more. And I know that my particles are going to turn into the future forms and experience life again. And eventually, it will go to the top of the food chain, whatever's in the top of the food chain, which would be humans, more than likely, this thing we call human. So, it pretty much inevitably, I'm going to deal with all of the pain and misery that I didn't fix. And if I kill myself, that guarantees at a higher rate that the problems will still exist. Not for sure, but probably. And so I'm tormented into not having the luxury of killing myself while still being totally tormented. I mean, it's worse. Knowledge is power until it becomes miserable prison of responsibility. And the world's lucky I didn't become a serial killer, because that's definitely within me somewhere. But because of logic and everything I know, it's a waste of time to kill people. It's like trying to battle cancer with a water gun. Can't even. Sorry? Right, and I was just about to say I can't even enjoy a compulsion because I'm too logical and too knowledgeable, and I'll be like looking down on myself, making fun of myself for wasting my time in another sort of prison where you are now owned by the compulsion and it's inefficient, and your entire life is also then owned by all the stupid fucks that you are killing. And everything you do is so you don't get caught, so you can keep on killing them. And they keep on breeding faster than you can kill them. There's always another fucking idiot to torment you. You never fucking escape. And then eventually, the drug wears off. And then where will you be? You'll have this escalated level of heightened need for murder boners, satiate the compulsion, but yet nothing seems to fill that void. It escalates to a point where it hits a ceiling, and then out in a blaze of glory of some kind becomes your only option. And so basically, you just took the long, painful, miserable, imprisoned road to some varying form of suicide, and it was always suicide because it was always a waste of time. Time evisceration is a form of suicide, subtle as it is. You end up ruining your potential and doing nothing that you'll benefit from in your future form, then you fucking ruined yourself. You ruined your life 100 times over. It's not reincarnation, it's worse. It's you're guaranteed to come back in multiple forms with no control over what form that is. It will not be individualistic either. It'll just be percentages of matter in particular states experiencing X, Y, and Z again, the victims of all of the misery they did not prevent. And then if you know how to prevent it, and you can't act upon it, and you want to die, and you want to murder everyone, but you know you'll be fucking yourself over and over again, you can't escape. It's the most tormenting thing ever. I can't think of anything else that's worse. And that does not make my situation any better. That I can rationalize all of that and understand that I'm the most tormented person that has ever fucking lived. And then I'm like, I hope someone else is as tormented as me? Wait, do I? No, not really, because that means that it can happen again. And then and how likely is it to happen again? And how many people are going to experience it? No, I don't, no. Like, that makes it so much worse. And then, if I'm not willing to murder people and their entire fucking family and rape their pets in front of them to make sure they do what the fuck I tell them, leave them with no fucking choice, how is it that I am supposed to amass the wealth and take from these princes and kings that have been privileged and abuse that power if I'm not willing to do that? Am I not, in a way, also killing myself? It's paradox. And then I keep hoping that somebody or some people will just understand and listen and empower me so I can stop considering such fucking nonsense when I could just be putting my brain to better use. And like all of this is the reason why you trust me. It's why the world can trust me to lead them. Because I want them dead. And I could kill lots of people. And I refuse to do it. I'm too logical. No matter how pissed off I get at them, it's ultimately logic checks the abuse of power. And my understanding of the consequences leaves me with no other fucking choice but to do the ethical or moral thing. And that's why religion is such a fucking atrocious, monstrous waste as well, because people don't know why they have to be ethical and moral. And they don't even really know what that means. And then they can abuse power and people and then just confess their sins and get forgiveness. And for me, there is no exterior place to get forgiveness because I live with it. And I wouldn't forgive myself. I would know that there's a greedy reason for me not to feel good about it. And like I have almost killed people before in my younger years in a fit of rage, out of control, choke the fuck out of somebody, bring them within an inch of their life. I never felt good about it. I mean, not even if they deserved it did I feel good. I felt sick to my stomach. The adrenaline and everything is an unpleasant feeling. Whether they deserve it or not, whether I feel like they deserve it, whether I feel justified or feel like, whatever, I'm a badass or something. Nope. Didn't overshadow the fact that I felt sick to my stomach the entire time. And I didn't like being out of control either. I don't like the beast. So, None of that appeals to me. I don't like violence. I avoid it. I don't go to bars. I don't party with people. I don't even want to make friends with people in any sort of environment that I've ever lived in because the propensity for violence is there, and I've always been targeted by it for being different or making people feel insecure, whatever. And then I have to defend myself, and then I get blamed or punished for defending myself, usually because it's brutal. Like, when I get pushed to the point where I have to defend myself physically, it's not a controlled fist fight. It's, I'm going to kill them unless somebody stops me, or unless something happens that wakes me out of the fugue state, or whatever you would call it. Not a fugue state. It really is like the Incredible Hulk. And then, like, the haughty bitch shows her face and says, "Here, I'll touch your penis. Just calm down." And then the Hulk calms down. Then blows her head off with furious ejaculate. But yeah, so I want nothing to do with any of that, really. And it's another reason why ruling the world becomes the only option, because it's other people that do my fighting physically for me. And I mean, ultimately, hired muscle is part of the gangster mentality for a nerd like me. And and also it's probably the best bet for whoever gets targeted with the violence, because if it was me, it would be because I had no choice because they were attacking me, and I would just kill them mercilessly, and there wouldn't be any thought involved in it. But preemptively, I can run the simulation and just avoid it and avoid the consequences. And if I send a henchman, wherever, to do the job for me, um, they'll just break their legs, whatever I tell them to do. Most of the time. Accidents aside, they happen. Shit happens. And again, like, I don't want any of that. I know a better way to do all of it. I know a way to rule without having to command people, not anyone. And people will do as I lead, as I suggest, as I influence, and as I develop the structure that allows for it. I will not have to tell them what to do. It will be rare that people are doing something that needs to be stopped. Regulation, punishment, that sort of thing. And then, of course, I'm not interested in punishing people, even if they did do something where in our society they would punish them for it. I would just be interested in why they did it. I would want them to be honest about why they did it so that we could know how to prevent it from happening again. And they would be rewarded for that honesty. And they would be part of a process of, recovery from whatever atrocity they committed or whatever accident they were part of that caused X, Y, and Z harm. And um, we would learn from their mistakes. And they would be an example of what not to do and an example of what to be appreciative and proud of as someone who changed, stopped being that way. And this is why I say that any serial killer or any sociopath or any person of varied tendencies, I can show them a greedy reason to do it different, of which serves the greater good. It's not a cure for their compulsion. That's not something that can be offered immediately. And that's mostly on them to choose to change their own brain in that regard. But I can build the case of which shows that they don't have any fucking choice but to invest in the future. And I'm not talking about altruistic endeavors that are nothing more than fucking band-aids. I'm talking about the sheer insurmountable responsibility, the burden of understanding that your particles will become the future forms. You will be the victim of everything you don't fix. And there's still going to be plenty of things, even if we fix shit, there'll still be plenty of things people will be harmed by. But You really want to make it worse? You want to make your future forms have a worse ride? And if you don't think that's real, or if you know it's real, but it just hasn't quite set into what it really means, give it some time. And then if you don't know why it's real, thermodynamics and the food chain, ecology, and I can prove it to you. 100% fact that you die, you become the future forms, and you experience everything all over again. 100% fact. Axiom of existence. Undeniable. If you have the courage to look, you'll then be burdened by the responsibility of understanding that. And that crushes all religious morality because it's incorruptible. And then you could slip like lizard brained, lose your temper drunk, and beat someone within an inch of their life or something like that. Sure. And whether you felt bad about it, it's irrelevant. Whether they deserved it or not, irrelevant. Because at the end of that, the next day or within the next year's time, the majority of what you do is going to have to in some way be purposed to making sure the future doesn't suck. So even a mass murderer is burdened with this responsibility. And then mass murderers, serial killers that target the stupid majority, if there's enough of them, I suppose we could look at them as white blood cells or the apex predators where Anopheles fails us. Like we defeat mosquitoes or whatever, and then all that's left are these serial killers and mass murderers. I still say that no matter how many of them emerge, it'll never be enough to counteract the amount people are breeding. And ultimately, if we don't address the abuses that occur in the world, which are in part because of people's excessive individualism and their sociopathic tendencies that emerge thereof, if we don't address that, then the reason for serial killers and mass murderers to emerge is going to continue to be here. And then am I supposed to feel bad for the victims that didn't want to accept their role in perpetuating a broke-ass society that then farms serial killers? Cry me a river. Fucking losers. I told you so, is all I gotta say to all of them. And you fucking should have listened to me, motherfuckers. And I hate to be that way. It seems so petty, vile, but the entire world has murdered my entire life and wasted my time and squandered my potential, and I'm a dead man walking, like I said, and they're lucky that I didn't become a serial killer. I'd be one of the ones that didn't get caught and who figured out how to do it at a level that really, my intelligence purpose for that, what a waste, and what a glorious success it would be. um, and I hate to even think about stuff like this. I hate to even have to mention it, but I'm honest, and people are not bad or good. They are all things, and I am a mixed bag, tormented and torn in multiple directions. And again, that makes me ideally suited to rule the world because I'm not emotional enough to be swayed easily. Love will not work. Rage will not work. Revenge will not work. The only thing that sways me really is logic. And then I'm also, I know the darkness enough to where I can judge others who fall victim to it, so to speak, fairly. I know what to do about it. I know it isn't their fault. I know that fault and blame is a counterproductive approach, and that good and evil doesn't fucking exist. It's just more simpleton drivel, which I fucking hate simpletons. I hate the stupid. I really do. And then at the same time, there are plenty of stupid people out there that are a lot smarter than they know. They just don't know what intelligence is, which is ignorance, not stupidity. And they're smart in ways they're unaware of. And I do like those people. Those people that are smart enough to know they're not one of the people that's smart enough to know X, Y, and Z. And they're just like, well, I'm just not one of those people who knows stuff or whatever. I've met more than a handful of people like that, and got along with them pretty good. They never presumed to tell me shit. And then plenty of smart people that are a lot more stupid than they wish they were, that waste my time. Even myself, my younger form, did not realize, didn't know what intelligence was. So couldn't realize my own intelligence until I knew what it was. Couldn't know what it was until I studied a number of things and experienced all the different flavors of what exists in regards to intelligence and the variance and intellectualism and what people are capable of. Took all of that before I could even realize how smart I was comparatively, what any of that means. So most of the world, most people are smarter than they know, or they're more stupid than they know, pending the variance. And most of the time, people are inappropriately confident about their ability to assess a situation and inappropriately asserting their opinions. Regardless if they think that they are stupid or smart, they are still sharing the common trait of pretending that their opinions matter in the societal cult of opinionism, which again isn't their fault, but just it's just more credence to, or it's more supporting factors of why I hate the majority of the population. Because I hate waste, and it's all waste. And again, it's nobody's fault, it's ignorance. We're all victims of that, and that's the system. And so ultimately, that's what needs to change. And then all the atrocities that are committed because of the presence of ignorance fade away into history as the dark shit nobody wants to face that our ancestors went through, that our past forms went through. And thankfully, death is the ultimate wiper of memory of the pain and the guilt. And it's also the ultimate reset button for when you get desensitized. Nothing else works, like choking yourself with a belt while you ejaculate doesn't work anymore. Well, once we die, our next forms can start over. Desensitized won't matter. So death is actually a positive thing, mostly. And without death, we can't live, because entropy fuels evolution or emergence. One particle of our body falls off, it takes up space in the environment, it pushes another thing out of the way, and this actual physical motion occurring is what is the physical motion of which perpetuates everything, even cell division. And that's, of course, all the product of motion. There's no separating us from everything. Individualism is bullshit. And again, more evidence as to why I'm the only person qualified. If the rest of the world is so delusional that they can't accept, they don't even talk about it, they don't even learn about it, I'm the only person speaking the truth about any of this that I've ever heard. At least the full package, knowing why it's true. Not just words of wisdom in a fortune cookie sort of deal, like Deepak Chopra. People do the best they can for their level of awareness. Yeah? Care to elaborate on that, Deepak? At this point, I'm so confident that I'm the smartest person in the world that any other person that wants to presume to be as smart as me or smarter, I mean, they're going to find that it's just a sort of tie and a mutual respect thing occurs. It's not going to be they are smarter than me or more knowledgeable or wise. They might have different vocabulary or different capabilities of describing, like, I don't do math. Not that I couldn't learn, I just don't. I don't require it. So someone with specialized language skills in math could describe things that I'm speaking of in plain old English, with more detail, and I would celebrate them. And at the same time, I very much doubt that they're going to make me feel like they're smarter than me. And probably I'm going to find that there's limitations that will occur. And it'll probably be because they became so highly specialized at a language skill to be able to express things in such detail that it made them myopic about far too many things. So they are an inappropriate judge and therefore not the smartest man in the room. And of course, I make the smartest man in every room feel uncomfortable, typically, when that's inappropriate as well. Like I say, it should be a matter of respect and enjoyment and appreciation and fucking thankfulness. And ultimately, you don't want to be the smartest person alive because then the burden of responsibility fucking torments you for your entire life. Like it does me. Trust me, you don't want it. But at the same time, you hang out with me, it will bleed over. You will feel the pain. It will become real. Whether you'd like to avoid it or not, aspects of it will become your burden. And I apologize for that. I do warn people sometimes about exposing them to the knowledge of the ages and the burden of that, and sometimes I don't. In your case, I didn't really plan anything in particular. It slipped my mind to mention any of that. I don't think I said anything like disclaimer-wise warning you that I would end up giving you information that became burdensome in these ways. And I don't find that those disclaimers ever actually work either, where you'll tell them that sort of thing, but they don't know what it means, so they don't really know why they should be concerned. They don't know whether it's a problem or whether they appreciate it until it happens. And then if they appreciate it, I am usually pretty keen on wanting to make sure that I give them all the information I can regarding how to handle it, coping mechanisms, and how to not expose certain people to it. Otherwise, you'd be burdened by the pants shitter's reaction to it. And you never really know how someone's going to react to it. So this is only really this sort of thing you can do online. Can't do it. Can't have these conversations in public. You'll get assassinated by some religious fanatic, or you'll trigger somebody who can't handle it, and they'll attack you in one way or another. It escalates. It's not something I recommend. And then, of course, there's just the burden in general and the intellectual impotence and then what to do about it. And it's extra stress. So I apologize if any of that occurred, but I wasn't really too concerned about it because you got just enough sociopathic tendency to where I feel like even if it is real, it's not going to matter to you that much, sort of thing. Like with me, I'm extremely empathetic, and so it's bad because I feel miserable that the pain and misery is continuing, sort of thing. I feel everyone's pain. The dog that gets beat, you know. So when I watch a movie and there is like a damsel in distress or a dog getting beat or something, I want to jump into the TV and like murder the people doing it. I don't know where that comes from, but it's been an instinct I've had since I was born. So I guess I have to just say genetic memory, instinct, epigenetics. It served the purpose. Any rate, I'm curious. When I tell you about these, the axiom of existence that makes it inevitable that you have to care about the future because it will affect your future form. I'm wondering if you are still perceiving that as a belief, and if so, do you think that anything at all would ever show you or convince you that it wasn't a belief, but rather actually the truth? Or do you know that I'm Do you know enough about science to know that I'm actually accurate? What is it? Buddhism. So they believe in a soul too, and that is inappropriate. I didn't. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but um, the death and rebirth is also in Western pagan-based faith. It's an observation of an axiom of existence. Anybody can make this observation if they just bother to look, and they can strip away all the bullshit. But the concept of a soul is something that is desperate and childish. It's this failure to accept that there is no self, sort of thing, despite what the biological senses want to reinforce. Um, and then, of course, culture as well. And then it's also part of asserting a consequence in a moral sense. If you're bad, you lead a shitty life, you hurt people, the karma, it's attached to your soul, and then you're going to die and you're going to come back a fucking rock or something as your punishment. Some stupid shit like that. It's like their version of, you're going to go to hell if you're not a good person. Fucking worthless. Obviously, it doesn't fucking work. But then again, Buddhism, it's pretty decent as far as spiritualism goes. It does a pretty good job what it intends to do, but it's still a bunch of bullshit. And then the only thing they're getting accurate is that, yes, we all experience life again, but it really isn't individualistic. So we are victims of this circumstance of ecology and biology. Life feeds on life. It's necessary. And nothing ends. Matter and energy neither created nor destroyed. It just keeps changing shape. And particles all the time falling off of us and becoming part of other things. Constant process. So, and then of course when we die on the forest floor, we get eaten by bugs and decompose and bacteria and worms, and we become shit. And we particulate, we disperse into the environment, we get absorbed by mostly plant life at that point as micronutrients, and carbon chains, cellular makeup of massive amounts of individuated, perceivably, masses of microbiological symbiosis that equates to an emergent structure of which is capable of X, Y, and Z. Axiomatic, inevitable. And the only way to try to refute this is to say that facts don't exist and that this is all just a dream and it's a simulation or whatever, which still is no escape and worthless, because if facts don't exist, then the statement that facts don't exist can't be a fact, therefore facts exist. That's fucking dumb. And I can't do anything with that. For all intents and purposes, facts do exist. And like Reggie Watts, he's like, well, if this is a simulation, it's a good one. It's still inevitable. We're still stuck in that simulation if it's a simulation. And the consequences of that simulation are as what I am listing. And if a god created all of this, well, this is how he created it, or they created it. So to argue that it isn't this way would be to argue with God. So again, that's not reasonable either. And I didn't invent a new religion, nor did I acquire an old one. I abandoned all of them and just accepted reality as it is. Physical structure interacting with other structure. Perceptual savantism. I see things as they are, not as I wish them to be, not opinions, beliefs. And again, how fucking rare am I? And I've had people go, after knowing me for, some years, hanging out with me quite regularly, they go, dude, you know what reality is. And I'm like, well, I mean, no, but I know what it's doing. I mean, as far as I can see, there's parts of so-called reality, the physicality I can't see past even like most of the universe we can't even see, even with our like, radio telescopes or whatever. So who knows what it's doing, but likely it's doing a lot of what the bulk of what we can observe is doing. And part of me doubts that I will feel very surprised about much that I learn about quantum mechanics or physical structural emergent phenomena, as I've already considered even the far-fetched possibilities that don't make any sense whatsoever. I've considered all the spiritual woo fuckery that is absolute fucking nonsense. And then I've considered most of the reasonable theories that have been built out and have existed for quite a while for good reason, comprised of solid facts suggesting X, Y, and Z. I spent a lot of time thinking about this sort of thing fearlessly. And then, there's another aspect of my torment, hating living, hating life, hating myself, hating everyone else, wanting to die, everyone dying around me, so-called death. It doesn't bother me anymore. I don't mind thinking about death. I have no fear of it. I want it. It will be a break. But for how long? And for how many particles will it be a break? And then does it matter you get a break when there's just nothing, like no memory, and then all of a sudden your particles are in some form that is part of an array that can sense things and experience, part of brain matter, perhaps. It doesn't know any of the past forms. Every bit of structural memory that exists that is us, it's taken down to such small pieces that there is nothing to hold on to. That's the reason why people want a soul to be real. They want individualism to be real. They can't accept that there's just no reason to try to hold on to anything about them. So desperately they try to assert that this is the type of person they are, or this is what makes them them, and they're not this type of person or that type of person, and there's just so many self-affirmations and no point in it. It's waste. Gotta let go of it. Change is the only truth in this regard. And the parts of us that are stable, structurally speaking, that then cause axiomatic self affirmations to be true, are not the sort of thing that I'm talking about. Like your temperament, for example, or how your brain functions, or your endocrinological state, devoid of interference from foods and chemicals, will be a certain thing. And I mean, really, even the individuated form, that structure that you call you, will react to the chemicals in the foods in a certain way that is specific to that structure, moreover, other structures. And the variance is pretty vast in that regard. But also, there's a pattern to be observed between genotypes that will repeat, so it's not really a you thing. It's your genotype and other similar genotypes that are all part of the same life form, superorganismal structure. And again, like taxonomy is not fact, but this is just the best words that I can come up with to describe what I'm looking at and what's happening. So I try not to get hung up on the taxonomy. It's like I try not to get hung up on the concept of the self. That actually is less of a benefit than people would like. It's more of that mental prison, ultimately, and wastes your life, wastes your time, eviscerates my time, even. Redundant, it's nonsense, and I'm always having to show the world that it doesn't know what it is, that all of the misconceptions were, like Deepak Chopra says, because of the state of awareness that a form possessed as pertaining to exposure to information. And the problem is that the majority don't get exposed to enough quality information, factual, and perspectives being expressed like this. I mean, ultimately, the smartest people alive, their influence has been stripped from the world, which has left the world in an ignorant state perpetually, which has produced a bunch of toxic culture. Like, at some point, the population grew to the point where the majority could overwhelm the intelligent and run them the fuck out of town so that they could dominate the intellectual environment and just brand us all witches. And that is what happened. And then they just kept agreeing with their opinions until even people with tremendous potential, tons of intelligence innately, get brainwashed by shit that people came up with 100 generations ago, like religion or excessive individualism as a product of religious beliefs and limited understandings of our biological senses. And it's understandable, and at the same time, neurologists know that there's no place in the brain where the self exists. This so-called self people think exists. It's just not that simple. Um, and you know, the brain changes shape, and you can't take it with you, so to speak, unless you know you give it to somebody else, and then for a while they serve as storage for the particulates of what they could store, of what made up a particular brain. And I don't think that it's a good idea to make a perfect copy of something or emulate something perpetually, like hero worship. Less important the man, more important the thoughts, more important what you do with those thoughts. And then if it's a fact, you got to face that and do what is demanded because it's a fact. And then if it's just a thought or an idea or a belief, you can't hold on to it forever. You can't just keep repeating it. Then it becomes rampancy, redundancy to the point of murder. And that's where the world is right now, murdering itself, holding on to toxic culture and concepts invented before we invented fucking toilet paper. And there's people in the world that are just as primitive as those that came up with the toxic ideas that have stagnated the world and causing most of these problems as a side effect of the failure to respect the smartest and wisest people in the village. I mean, it's really like at some point the world forgot how to respect wise people. They, you know, this respect your elders thing, that's like a remnants of what people needed to do. And then old people who weren't getting respected because they didn't deserve to be respected turned it into a weapon, and then it became even more meaningless to respect the old, your elders, the elders that don't respect you. And they don't know what they're talking about. They're senile and ignorant. Every generation's smarter and more knowledgeable, but less wise. Missing something. Everybody's missing it. And then somehow it keeps reemerging in the wave as an individuated structure that you would call me or those like me in different intensities. And then I am the most intense version of that perceptual clarity. And so the rarest of the rare, and then the more rare we are, the less considerations anyone gives us. There's no industry standard for it. Nobody knows how to deal with us. Nobody knows how to respect it. There is no authority in us, even though we are the authority regarding perceiving reality accurately. And then, of course, there's no class for that. It's a hard sell. And then my thoughts speak for themselves. That's the proof. But it's not something that can be bottled up as easily and sold unless you want to do it in the format of a book or a movie or something. And it's also the sort of thing that once it gets out there, it is irrelevant what the source was, at least to most, seemingly. And if the source is irrelevant and it's a limited run for a book or a movie, and then once it's out there, the source no longer matters, it's not marketable. And in a world where money is king, for the smartest person in the world to have no economic value just because of the rarity of the type of intelligence they express and how unpopular it is another factor of, again, my torment. Yeah, and I mean, you're a good listener. I appreciate that. I don't know how therapeutic it is for me. Mostly, I just hope that every time I do this, it's another chance for somebody to hear it who can become my benefactor ultimately. It's another roll of the dice with a day of my life. And then with you, you work within industries of which get you closer to wealthy people. So me telling you is also an investment in several rolls of the dice perpetually through you, vicarious rolls, as if you happen to meet somebody who is wealthy and wants to fix the world's problems but has no fucking idea what to do, you're in an opportunity, a unique opportunity to introduce them to me and buffer so that I don't rub them the wrong way potentially, or you prepare them for it or something and it goes smoother. And then they invest in me and I make a business out of fixing the world's problems. I give you a job as well along the way and pay you what you're worth, not just for the job you do. Because your time is worth something that the corporations don't pay you for. And if you were going to do the job anyway, you might as well work for me and I pay you better. And you get profit sharing within scope of any business that I do. You get it immediately. I'm building in royalties. So if you decide to go work somewhere else or just stop working, every bit of effort you did turns into perpetual money as long as that business venture continues. And I'm even starting to think about a way of tracking the amount of money that the business makes that goes to the holdings for investments in other projects so that even if that business ends, slivers of the royalties you would have got translate into a partial investment in whatever the profits went to the next business. It's a lot to track, but automation, code, NFT sort of tracking facilitates potential to do that. So it's not really a problem, just another expense to work into the business model, which to me, money is not the issue as much as it is making sure that. So there's this place I used to live in Ypsilanti, Michigan, and they have something called a time bank. So this is relevant to what I'm talking about, my reasoning. And this time bank had like time units, and it wasn't very scientific as to the way that they did it, mostly based on fiat currency and current markets for employment. But you could become part of the time bank, and then there's a bunch of businesses that were participating. You could go work for any of them at any moment as like a temporary employee if they needed help. You go work for them, and then they pay you in time credits, and you cash out at the time bank. And I always thought that was a pretty cool idea. But of course, they weren't doing it in any scientific way. Just sort of rough. This is how much this unit of time is worth in comparison to fiat currency, trade in value, whatever. This is what your time is worth, sort of thing. And I'm like, well, they're still just paying you for the job, not actually paying you for your time or your investment in the business. Somebody else is stealing that and and benefiting perpetually. And I don't like parasitic capitalism, so it bothers me. I don't like unfairness. And I don't like people being undersupported. And if they're being robbed in some way, then they're being ultimately turned into a liability. In one regard, they're not aware enough to make appropriate decisions or become less of a liability by becoming educated, even by accident, because they don't have the time, because their time was stolen from them, and they were only paid for the job they did. They're never given enough resources or time to make use of anything that they have made because somebody stole it in current capitalistic models. So the way I do things is different. My considerations are different. I factor in the true cost of doing business, not just what I'm legally obligated to cover. And I'm probably still not covering the true cost of doing business. I'm only doing the best that I can for my level of awareness. Isn't that right, Deepak? Boy, if Deepak Chopra knew what a fucking fool I have made of him today while also making him a bit of a champ. Balance to everything. So again, the question still remains. I know I tangent to tangent and I cut you off short there before I got my answer. Apologies for that. I figured it's necessary. But is it a belief or is it an axiom? And then if you need more time to think about it, that's understandable. And I'm going to go to the bathroom and let you think about that for a moment. I'll be right back. Alright, I have returned, and I have a snack, too. I'm gonna mute my mic. That gives you an opportunity to answer if you like. It'll take some it'll take some time for the meaning to set in and affect the psyche and your motives and your life goal, but it will. And the only way it won't is if you distract yourself and ignore it. But it'll creep in. For me, 6-9 months is what it took before it changed my modality substantially. But that was with no job. Plenty of distractions, but plenty of time and no job and no people hardly. At least not directly. So it might take someone longer if they have distractions. And then the other aspect of this is that when I say individualism, it's something different than what most people would use that word for. And then nuanced difference here. Individuated is something different than individualism. When I am talking about individualism, I am referencing a perceptual paradigm, like code, like software, like running a game. That's what it is. And then individuated structure within the bulk of life, or like one cell as part of one individuated cell, as part of the whole, is just the same as one individuated so-called human as part of the species or the superorganismal structure that is the biosphere. And the greediness, selfishness, self-preservation, these sort of concepts, as they are described with these terms, they make complete sense regarding individuated structure. And again, like, if the individuated structure survives, then whatever benefit it had to the mass is preserved, protected, and can be utilized. So it makes complete sense to have that instinct. And the R complex is the primitive wisdom, the calorie calculator, that is a innate core protective modality or framework that helps to ensure the survival of all life, of which is perceived by the prefrontal cortex as individualism in regards to self-preservation, fight or flight response, aggression, us versus them, territorialness, fighting over a mate, and all of that actually serves the mass. And then the individuated form, based on its limited awareness, limited abilities with biological sensory input, no perceptual amplification like access to the knowledge of the ages and electron microscopes or fMRIs, that sort of thing. They just can't be aware of all of the axioms of existence that make their perception so very flawed. And that's where the majority of the world live. And that's what I call tier 4 and tier 5. But that is not the pinnacle of consciousness. Consciousness is not woo fuckery. Consciousness is when it's no longer mere awareness and reactionary, but rather full encompassing understanding of more or all of the picture, causation, what this thing you're interacting with that you call me, that is tier 6. And then Deepak Chopra is tier 5.8 or some shit like that. The Dalai Lama is like 5.8 or something like that. And of course, we don't stay the same. So you let either of those people, individuated structures we refer to as Deepak Chopra and the Dalai Lama, you let either of them within my presence for some months or something, and they're going to be on the same page. And then that's why I'm saying where this whole tangent came from is sociopathic tendencies, serial killer or not. I can't offer a cure, but I can definitely change their modality and make them understand the greedy reason to be greedy and to invest in the future. If I had an army of serial killers, that'd be epic. Bunch of them paid assassins and shit. I'd get them to donate money to fund me. And then, if anybody fucks with me, do I need to say anything? I joke, but I'm also partially serious. I don't think the Dalai Lama would be on board with me until I pointed out that every bit of law enforcement or any of the followers of Buddhist teaching that would kill someone in his name or to protect him, it wouldn't be any different. And he's wise enough to know that that was. I predict many of the things that I would say to people such as them would be unnecessary to say for any other reason other than just to make sure that we both saw it, not to tell each other or teach each other. And then deducing meaning from it, that's where there would be some differences. And most assuredly, the depth of knowledge that I possess, it's way more than the Dalai Lama could ever have acquired. Even with his extra years, there's just no fucking way. Do I think that anybody could accomplish what I have accomplished? Pretty much, yeah. I don't think that it makes me special. That's individualism. That's ego. I don't have ego. I don't have individualism. That's just language making it sound like that. Using the words that others know. This is what they use to express it. But it's more complicated than linear linguistic logic. to do the best we can with what we have. And I understand the equation of which allows what I have become to happen. And then I know how to make that the industry standard for certain level of scale, like a town, a city, a county, state, a country. And with the outcome of that is that regardless of the people that are sociopathic, the majority would still be aligned in investing in the future as I do and want to do. And that would be unity. And the outliers who weren't unified for logical, axiomatic reasoning wouldn't matter. It wouldn't stop it. You wouldn't have to tell anyone to do it. They would just be doing it. And that's ultimately the goal. And then someone can be greedy, sociopathic, and just want a paycheck and take the good deal, take the ride, capitalize on the manipulation of the public's goodwill with the altruistic endeavor. And they can do that job for me, whatever it is, and I'll actually do the good work. And then it doesn't matter what their intention is. Their greed is satiated, the job is done, and they were part of the process. If a serial killer wipes out whoever fucks with me or gets me the money somehow, they just became part of saving the world, saving many people's lives. And are they bad or good? This dude I used to know in Michigan, he's like, dog eats a baby. Dog's just doing what it's supposed to do. Like, eat the baby, had a good meal. Was it bad or good? Just a horrible analogy, which is why he was making it, because it's funny. And I hate babies. Like the old dog that'll eat your baby. And somebody just contacted me, lives in my city, met him playing Destiny 2 a couple years ago. We've never hung out. Barely even play games, but he's like, I finally got a headset. Like, I've been going through a bunch of shit with my family. Mom, father, sick, so I gotta go back to East Coast for a month or two. Whew. I don't empathize with that. That is rough to have to deal with illness, and taking care of family is quite the responsibility. I know what it's like, period. Glad you got a headset, period. I also got external speakers to get the noise out of my ears, so improvements on both fronts. Whenever you're ready to play, you let me know. And I would say more, but current focus is more important. So, regardless of popularity in perspectives and excessive individualism rearing its ugly head and sociopathic tendencies, with the acceptance of the fact, the axiom, that all of our particles become the part of the conglomerate of the future forms of awareness, consciousness, we all can agree that it would be more preferential that our future forms were fully supported, healthy, happy, had access to the internet, or whatever it is that we would prefer. Access to education, not impoverished, not overworked. And that is the system that I've produced to replace our current model. And I've also figured out a strategy of manifestation that makes the current wealthy people more wealthy. Doesn't disrupt any of their current investments, but rather includes them in the process and repurposes anything that they currently have vested in a particular business that won't necessarily be needed anymore. It's my life's work. Every single thing anyone could ever argue about as to why it wouldn't work, I have defeated. I've been doing it for such a long time that I've heard every single argument to the point of ad nauseum, to the point where it's not even useful for me to hear it anymore. And of course, it's always from people who haven't, you know, put forth a year and a half of their lives to learning every single thing that I've got locked down. Nor am I willing to lecture them on every last bit of it. But 3 years of like living with me and periodically hearing me talk about shit, then a friend of mine was like, after 3 years, he was like, oh, like I never understood what you were saying before about this one thing, and like it just now dawned on me what you were saying. Like I just understood it now. I'm like, finally. Nobody wants the lecture, so they end up getting all these particulates, and then finally they figure out. And now I'm to the point where it's like, oh, you want to know? Get me the money. Find me someone who has the money so that it's worth me telling anybody, and you can be there when I tell them. Then you'll know that I really do got it like that. And so will the person with money. And of course, it's going to take longer than, and all of my quirks, it will be useful to have someone there who knows them and can be like interject when they smell the other, the client or the investor smells that they would think something's unreasonable, or they need compensation that would be better to come from someone else. You step in as that buffer and you're like, I know what you're thinking. I thought the same thing when I met him, X, Y, and Z issues, blah, 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 compensation. But he's different, and it isn't what you think. And I don't know, whatever the fuck you would want to hear if you were them. I really can't guess these days. I am too far gone down the road of expanding consciousness and have stopped focusing on a lot of reciprocal empathy model matching, mirroring with normal people. I don't find it's all that useful, and it's, it burdens me, wastes calories, and greedily the lizard brain says, well, if this is what you're going to do with the prefrontal cortex and all of these abilities, then at least stop wasting your fucking time running these reciprocal empathy models for people who cannot run those models with you. You're not getting a return on the investment, so just quit it. I'm like, you make a very logical point, lizard brain. Thank you for keeping track of the overall burdensome waste of fucking calories that it is to be empathetic with the simpleton majority, who I fucking hate. I hate them in their current form. I hate them for not becoming what they could become. They don't have to stay this way. Fucking bullshit. That's what I hate the most, is that every single person, I mean, they could be straight up retarded. They could be fucking amazing virtuosos at something. They're not worthless at all, but assuming that they're worthless and people beating them down and underestimating them, and then not being willing to fully support them and refusing to bend in their regards of what they consider support to be, not focusing on what that person or that individuated form requires to meet their full potential, it's limiting them and making them burdensome and a waste for them to even exist. So if we're going to allow them to exist, we better be willing to make the full investment in them And then I am, and everyone shits on me for it. Takes advantage of me or whatever. And so I hate them more and more. And they waste their potential. I forgot a mod. I should probably just back out of this and fix that mod. Maybe. Depends on what you're referencing. I remember this time in elementary school when a bunch of these kids on the playground, they collected up a suitcase full of acorns, and it was like their money or their treasure. And then they were like all fighting over who got to keep the acorns, like fighting over this fake shit. And now I see China and what, Tibet, I guess, or the Buddhists fighting over their fake acorn shit, except it's in the form of a person. And like, I've heard the Dalai Lama express that he's like all upset, and he's like, if I'm gonna reincarnate, I'm not even gonna reincarnate in Tibet. And I'm like, oh, you're gonna reincarnate as some like trailer trash white nationalist or something? Like, how's that gonna play out? Like, and then I'm like, yeah, you know what? If the Buddha reincarnated in the Western world, he'd be a fucking serial killer. And that's one of the. I tweeted that to the Dalai Lama, and that's what got me banned from Twitter the first time. Meanwhile, I'm a reincarnation of Buddha if he was a scientist in the Western world, the product of logic. And so you can't even stop it. You don't need a detective. All the traits that qualify someone, it'll happen over and over again, regardless of whether Buddhism gets wiped out or not. So rest easy, Dalai Lama. Couldn't stop it even if we wanted to. And then China's got part of the idea. They're closer than the Western world is. And then all religions are too purist in their mentality. So you gotta be balanced with these perspectives. So I just take a little piece from everything that works and I braid it with my model. So my model is something that's never been tried because it's not purist. It doesn't really have a label unless you want to call it the model of geopolitical strategy to run a civilization that's just comprised of everything that just fucking works. Then we can call it that. Oh, that's right. It wasn't here. It's a mod. That's right. Shows how much I focus on the game. Ribbit. But I mean, religion's on the decline anyway. So all religion will peter out eventually. Like I said, okay, so like the superorganismal structure and the individuated brains, you filter through enough of them, and eventually the only thing that the lizard brains of the collective processing power, collective intelligence, it's like a massive induction process of thought where anything that doesn't stick will be lost. And eventually, you run all the bullshit through enough brains, the only thing any of them is going to remember, the lizard brains in each of them, are going to dictate that all of the things that are illogical or not facts or not relevant to survival will be forgotten. And that's the number one reason why religion and opinions will be forgotten, because infallible logic and facts of reality will have to be acknowledged or will die, and so the waste will be trimmed off. And then what will remain is whatever works. Be left with the axioms. I'm just at that point already, and waiting for the world to catch up. And that's the reason why I've given away my life's work so frequently, is just in hopes that it will make the world catch up faster. You know, like I reach out to Nat Geo on social media and I say, "Hey, here's what you need to make a documentary about. Here's the goods. Here's what we're looking for. Here's what people need." And they did. And they did a better job at it than I could have done. But nuance to that, because they're not forceful enough. They don't make it burn. They're not unforgiving about it. Whereas I have no mercy. And I'll be like, nope, nope, nope. Not getting away from it. Here's the meaning, you know? And they'll be like, we're going to like offer you this and like not really force you to accept it sort of thing. And like a little bit too soft. Like most corporate shit that can sell. They're more concerned about making money and not rubbing people the wrong way when they need to be a little bit vile, a little bit negative. Just they're too purist. It's a fucking problem. And yes, it doesn't matter. I should be able to beat this without anything else. But yeah, so I humped their leg, and then they made One Strange Rock documentary series, and that is a focus on existential intelligence and perceiving things as one thing. And they used inappropriately. They used well, appropriately, but piss poor timing to implement that particular strategy. They used astronauts. Bunch of interviews with astronauts looking back on our pale blue dot sort of thing. And problem with that, of course, is that the insurgence of identity religion that is flat earth conspiracy theorists and the popularity it has thanks to trolls who just straight up promote it just to troll people. It's a combination of things that turned real. I met people where they were like, yeah, I used to be religious, but I don't believe in that bullshit anymore. Now I'm a flat earth conspiracy theorist. So that's your identity now, huh? You gave up one ridiculous pile of horseshit for something that's even more ridiculous. Good job. Good job. Um, but yeah, so that probably contributed to the lack of popularity of One Strange Rock, where the episode that had most of what I was insisting be taught to the world, it's further into the series. Like they're like, we better not lead with that because then they'll be turned off completely. Well, you led with fucking turning off a bunch of flat earth conspiracy theorists immediately. So that's I mean, did anyone run the numbers on that? And like, who's the demographic that's watching? And like, because I don't think the majority were flat Earth conspiracy theorists. I mean, I would have just led with the goods so that people didn't avoid it, and it was too late. It got in there. They didn't do that, so I've never even met anyone else who's seen it. That's a problem. But it was just one piece of evidence of how I use the poachers in the content production world, writers and stuff, as a way, and politicians who are looking for hot button issues and ways to stand out. I can assert, I can see what they are looking for, and then I can see a way to insert what I need them to do or the thought I need to implant within the mass consciousness seed. And so I plant the whole fucking field through them, turn them into my little farmer slave or my emissary of thought. They become my drone. And they don't even realize it, and they think that it's serving them and that they just got a free meal. And haha, this sucker just gave me gold and didn't even demand to be paid for it. What an idiot. He needs an agent. And I did that for a long time until so many instances I learned of the failures of that. Like, they took what I told them to do and then they failed with it in those ways I listed. where if I had demanded to be paid and demanded to be part of the project, like gone through the proper channels, had an agent, got a job, I could have influenced them directly and prevented them from making that mistake. Maybe. I might have been able to show them a different angle to do that rather than something that's already been done before and clearly didn't have enough of an effect. And it isn't addressing all of the common arguments or misconceptions directly enough. It has too much mercy. It's too tactful. And then, of course, at the time, whenever I was doing any of this, I did not have it within me to do what needed to be done, so to speak. I had too much mercy. I didn't have the confidence either, because I didn't know how smart I was at that point. I was somewhere in between the limbo. Those days are done, though. Now I know. It's too late. I know. No getting away from it now. Now I just got to be careful not to get murdered. And lucky, I guess. But most of my experimentation is over, and that is really what gets me murdered, is the experimentation with negative feedback, seeing where people's limits are, where it breaks them, where does it trigger the backfire effect, and where is it effectual. Oh my god. Almost died. Trying to do this without dying. Master difficulty on a lost sector. Occasionally, it takes all my focus. Apologies for that. Do the best I can while still getting shit done. And then, so, I guess there's an excitement factor involved here as well that can appeal to a wide array of people who don't give a fuck about being altruistic. Being part of something extreme that garners a bunch of attention, or there's high risk involved, high profile sort of case, or a bit of controversy that is rather unavoidable, and people will pay attention, so to speak. God, oh god! Oh my god, this is rough. God. Oh god, oh my god. Oh, oh fuck. And there's my death. I got 7 lives left. Probably don't need to focus quite as hard now, because not coming back from that. Don't want to start over because I'm close enough to the end. And you were saying before that you were like fine with just keeping like sort of more simple life and not worrying about shit like that, not worrying about anything really, just whatever, being the bag man or whatever. Yeah. So yeah. So who do you want to be a bag man for? To what end will you be participating with what? I guess would be the other factor to consider. I mean, if you could choose someone who is more considerate of the world's needs and is focused on the future and also more willing to pay you better if the opportunity is given to him, be better to work for that person than the alternative, the industry standards. You can still always be a bag man if that's all you want to do. You can work for someone or an organization that is actually making a difference, not a band aid. And then ultimately, I can't do it. Uh, I can't do it until I get the money. So it's just something to consider. Um, and then projects of which just make us money, in general. I wish the movie industry was different than what it is, because they treat the likes of the talent, and I don't mean the actors, they treat the writers as just the help when they don't got shit without writers, without imagination, creativity, and the sort of talent that produces written work. They have nothing. And yet, just because they have money, they make all the money. And like, I'm so fucking sick and tired of that being the model. Rich people just staying rich because they were rich. So if your writing skills and my creativity could not be combined to get substantial resources, then I don't find it to be really worth my time. I don't know how you feel about that, but like, would you just accept being paid to write a script and then whatever industry standard deals come with that? And then, like, at what level does that become serious money that can then be turned into an investment in software development that then turns into more substantial money to get into other realms of tech, which turns into more revenue, which can actually fund my flagship of manifestation? Otherwise, I don't really care about any of that. I'm just trying to find the avenue of common ground, goal orientation. Serves us both, and keeping in mind all of the different things that are possible as life progresses, move forward, opportunities presenting themselves, etc. Because that is one avenue, that is one way that I can make money. I'm unsure if it's as much money as I require to stage it out to something else. It doesn't take a lot of money to invest for software development or app development company. Um, Also, holding companies. Thought about this too. I could potentially serve as a headhunter that finds things for the holding companies to acquire. And I don't know how much people make for that, but I do know that there's nonprofit organizations or both where it's like a think tank, and that's what they do. They find things for holding companies to invest or acquire, acquisitions. I've met one before. That's what gave me this idea. Of course, he was interested in whatever the fuck I was doing because he was just looking for something for some rich person to buy. And I'm pretty much like, fuck off, you poacher. And like, you don't have the vision. That's the other thing I noticed was that he didn't have the vision to spot things that were exceptional value. He only had the vision to spot things that were sort of run of the mill industry standard. Um, how much do you know about movie deals with like writing scripts, and then if the movie's successful, you get paid what, or anything? I'm sorry, you got a little bit quiet there, or my game got a little bit loud. I missed a couple sentences there.
This
I'll ask my dude in LA about ensuring your creative vision, which I have a feeling it's not going to be the answer we want.
might be that.
Well, I can with him.
Well, yeah.
Sure. No, no, he's not a lawyer, but I have a sinking suspicion. Is that the term phrase?
Yeah.
That he will be familiar enough with the industries in question and the problem of which more than just you or I would face and want something we would want, something he has probably also wanted. And I'm pretty sure he's going to know the answer, or he's going to have valuable input in regards to that. And he actually just answered one of my emails while we were talking earlier, which I haven't checked. I was just shared a bunch of links with him because um, as he will not talk with me at length like you do, he does not experience this, so he doesn't see it. He sees, like, when we do speak, it's in those industry standard blocks of time that I can't exist in. I have no idea how to phrase things in a way that it doesn't turn into something that needs to be expressed at length. And then, of course, no one sees my true value when they force me into that box. Um, and then still, he's seen enough to know that I'm valuable in certain regards, and whatever, we still communicate. But I don't attempt to waste my time with emails. I'm just like, here's some links. You don't like my writing, or like, and you won't talk to me long enough. So instead of saying any of that, even, I'm just like, here's some links. Now you have fun with those links. If this writing is acceptable to you, and it's bite-sized articles that introduce certain information to him. And that's where I'm at with that. Um, well, he he is not an agent, but he has agents, and he has a product placement agent specifically, which I have asked him before to connect me with him, just because I am interested in the business, and I'm a bit of a talent agent, and because I know the internet, I know some ways to market and some places to place products, and I would be interested to see just where that conversation went. Um, and apparently his guy is a very chatty person, so he thinks it's quite likely that the guy will be willing to talk to me at length, especially because we're both chatty, and we don't have a problem being on the phone, sort of thing. um, so there is that potential to speak with that sort of agent, and then in regards to like a talent agent, uh, I think he is far past the need for one of those. His work sells itself, and he has no problem getting work. Um, he is a constant script writer at this point, and he has told me enough about that industry to for me to know that a job can pay thousands of dollars initially, and then you explain to me more in depth the way it works with royalties after the fact. And what I've gleaned in a couple particular conversations I've got in mind that I've had with him about where he's mentioned certain things about creative input from the money. Um, I don't like the way that the industry works in general. And I don't think that the writers get paid enough. But at the same rate, you get paid to write a script regardless of whether it becomes a movie or not. And then you're going to know sort of a bit about the financial backing you're going to have and what station's going to air on, and then likely what time slot, roughly, nuance to that. But you'll have a decent idea of how much effort you want to put into the script. So like if you think it's going to be garbage and it's not going to be worth shit, then you don't put much effort into it, you get paid anyway. So, and then at the same time, getting regular work in that regard just to be a paid script writer and to live off of it, to me that sounds nightmarish. And breaking into the industry and establishing perpetual royalties from a number of projects that then your focus is product placement and you get a product placement agent like him, that's a nice place to be, because then you don't have to rely on the script writing. The script writing is just like a bonus or extra potential. And the other thing that has been made clear to me is that very exceptional people do not get their dues. Like, as I have come to suspect, human life is cheap because it's an oversaturated market. So you could be exceptional, but there are so many exceptional people that it doesn't matter that you're exceptional. You'll get overlooked any fucking way. And it's more of that game of who you know and how close you are to the money than it is as to whether or not you've got the talent. But you still require the talent to boot. So, the likes of me, most talented creative geniuses, don't likely usually have the appropriate abilities to get anywhere near the money. Or, like, I'm just not socially acceptable. Too fucking edgy to get anywhere in this world. So, it's kind of like, And then at the same rate, I've underestimated myself before. And the other issue is that how manipulative do I want to be? Or am I willing to be? Or there's always that, am I willing to kill somebody's whole family and fucking rape their dog in front of them or some shit? Which I'm not, but it's sort of the same sort of thinking as how manipulative am I willing to be? Because every moment where I don't tell somebody the truth about what I'm thinking, I'm manipulating them into liking me through omission, and I hate it. And with these industry standards where you're forced to simplify things and elevator pitches, and I'm never allowed to be honest with anybody because there's just not enough space to be honest. So I feel like by default, they're demanding that I manipulate them. So I almost feel like if I give them what they are leaving me with no other option to do, that I shouldn't. Like, if they're saying, look, if you can rape my dog in front of me and I come, then you've got the job. Oh shit, I fucking kill me. So, I suppose I could become a manipulative prick that just says what people want to hear, knowing that I've got the goods, that I can back it up later and do whatever the fuck I want once I get in there. Kind of like you going, well, you know, I won't be upfront about what I want, but then once I get in there, I'll have my ways of ensuring that I maintain a position benefits my goal. And then again, that's, of course, that's, you know, probabilistic. We would hope, sort of thing. And then there's still like a shit ton of luck and like, and ultimately it's not really what I want to do, but I do need money, so I'm forced to consider this shit. I do consider it shit, not writing as a gig or your writing in specific or your potential to make something cool, but it's just shit in general that I don't want to consider when I should be doing something else entirely. And of course, how are you supposed to tell the world that not only do you know better than everyone who's ever lived and currently lives, pretty much, but you also know how to fix the world's problems, and it's just your humble opinion. And then use that to get $500 million or at least like 50 million just to get started, sort of thing, and actually, like, I mean, I don't need that much to actually get started. I actually don't need but maybe fucking $60 to get started technically, which I have, but it would just be pointless to start it when I can't do anything with it. Um, can't even survive on social media to get any sort of advertising going, again, unless I am willing to be a piece of shit manipulative fuck. Honey dicker. Which I fucking despise considering that shit. Like, I want to be able to be authentic and lead by example, showing the world that manipulating people into liking you or manipulating people into being so you can be economically successful even more deplorable. And conforming itself is enabling people. It's a serious fucking problem. Absolute trash. I don't want to lead by an example of manipulating people in order to climb a ladder of success. And at the same time, it's like the whole world is like, the only way we're going to accept you is if you're willing to rape our pets in front of us and be a manipulative prick. And if we can't tell that you're manipulating us, then you get the money or whatever, you get the job. And that isn't the case for everyone. It's just if you're aware that that's the modality and you have to do that. And then people don't realize the consequences, typically. And, yeah, like I'm always saying, there's no shame in ignorance. Man, once you know and you do it anyway, that's, it's not shame that's the issue there. It's just harm and waste and more misery, and other people are fucked by it. And then some people are too nice, and I think I've been guilty of that, being too nice for too long. And I don't like irrational idealism, and it's hard for me to tell the difference between doing what I feel like is the best overall strategy, even though it's the hardest thing to pull off, or like the right thing, quote unquote, the right thing, and whether or not it's irrational idealism. and not logical. It won't work. Um, so, you were mentioning finding an agent, and I think I missed a few sentences in there. Something about uh, you did it one way before, or you can't do it some certain way. What was that? I'm sorry. Now you're really quiet. No. Did the mic drift away from your mouth, or because I've been turning the?
Better?
Oh yeah, that's way better.
So, I think. In this country, I don't. Take away. And also,
Yeah, yeah, and it's constricting to have to adhere to some particular political whatever. So that's not good for creativity, really. And then yeah, I mean you got to go where the money is ultimately. So I mean you are thinking Apple, uh, Netflix, Hulu, something to that effect. Amazon. Hello. Speak up. Okay. Yeah, I didn't hear anything. So I have considered HBO as a target because they let some pretty edgy content on there. Okay. Hmm. Yeah. And before Netflix and Amazon were opportunities to consider, I had considered HBO, because I just figured that nowhere else was going to let me do anything as edgy as I would do. Like if I were going to have my own show. And I've got a few ideas about what that would look like, too. um, Actually, I've got quite a few ideas for shows. And I guess that's in the realm of being a producer, right? Like, not me being on the show, but rather I've got an idea for some type of show, like a game show or some shit. And, oh. Well, I mean, I can do that too. The business end of it, creative ways to make things cheaper, and corporate collaborations and product placement. I'd be good at that as well. There's not much I can't do, really. Um, I just I don't want to do any of it. And at the same time, I have to take some sort of opportunity where it presents itself, at least for a while, till I can get the money to at least do some app development. So I've got a lot of really quality ideas for some apps. And then I also know of some apps that are being advertised poorly that have tremendous potential, and it's just like these tech companies or these app developers, they don't really know people all that well. So they don't really know how to market. I don't know, they lack creativity. I'm like Mad Men sort of level creative copy, but with the digital age in mind. And then I don't have any seed money to do that. And would a project of the caliber of getting a deal with HBO potentially yield the type of money that, let's say, I mean, paying coders has gotten cheaper over the years, and designing apps, there are a lot of tools, software to help to make designing apps easier. So, it might be even cheaper than what I have previously suspected. I would have to look. But initially, to get started, 25 grand or less, but quickly, 100 grand or less for certain items building out. And then within 5 years, there'll be millions of cost, at least for a platform. And just an app, a lot less than that. Um, but is a singular project anywhere near the realms of that, typically? Of even, say, 100 grand? Probably not. If you're talking, I don't hear you. But it would just take quite a long time before you would accrue that much. Hmm. Hmm. So I've seen this shipbreaker before today. I was just watching some videos while I was just the past few minutes, and yeah, it is kind of interesting. And so you travel around space, kind of like Elite Dangerous, but you find ships to salvage. I see. It's space waste. Yeah, it is. It is a bit unique, and I am not sure that I would get into it. I think I would bore of it quickly, but at the same time, it looks like it has a few surprises.
In a lot of ways.
Yeah, I could see how that would bother me. I never really thought about whether or not I have OCD, but I don't like waste. So maybe that's a bit of OCD itself. And I don't like bugs. And at the same time, I like games that aren't obvious and like consequences and stuff. Chances for failure. Two thumbs up, he says. Right? I think chances for failures. Two thumbs up. That's funny shit. Um, let's see. Is there a demo? Eh, maybe I don't see a demo because this is opened up on a browser, not in the game, or not in Steam. Yeah, it happens. What? Oh, that's true. Hmm. Or you could be like, oh, my computer won't run it or something. Doesn't run it well. I don't want to take advantage of them that way, though, I guess, either. Um, I have so many games I'm drowning anyway. So I guess there's that to consider. And I am now looking at doing some strikes, which is a very AI activity. Something I can do on autopilot. If you wanted to see something in Destiny that was kind of common AI activity.
What do you
right now YouTube and Twitch, whichever you'd like. YouTube, it's gamer prawn, and like shrimp, gamer porn, but typoed PRON, but PRAWN. 2 words, gamer prawn. And then bobbossTTV, the other alternative. Whichever's easier for you, I suppose. And with Twitch, I don't get transcoder server space, I don't think. YouTube, I do. YouTube gives it to everyone. I guess Google can afford it. They're just ahead. But you've probably got a decent enough connection that it doesn't matter. Right? I mean, could you imagine elementary school kids in here? Yeah. I don't want them here. Their parents don't want them here. Yeah. Yeah. This is only for one level. Oh, I forgot about that. I mean, I suppose you could just mute it because it doesn't have any game sound effects either because I'm muting all the sound effects so that your voice isn't coming through. And then the other option, yeah. Then the other option would be that you talk to me through text in the Twitch chat, and I answer you vocally through the stream, and you can get the sound effects. But sound effects are good and all, but it's most of them. I don't do them. I'm not running the music. I'm not running the chatter of the AI voice. Um, so not even the full experience. Just showing you what is done in sort of chore-esque thing. So here we've got different difficulty levels relating to your light level. And then also,
I'm getting this.
right, it's not in real time. Yeah, yep. Some of it is matchmaking, and then some of it you gotta have a team, certain level. And you'll see me pointing at things in whatever 10 seconds or some shit. And I'm just going with the matchmaking mode. Before I forget, switch my ghost, the one that I've got the greater core harvest on for Vanguard activities. Sure, I eat my consumable to get glimmer for headshots. And then we've got barrier and unstoppable, so that works. Pretty good to go. What I was running for the lost sector. Then I'm gonna piss while it ports me in. Be right back. Right. Perfect timing. Good deal. Progress towards destroying the Cabal's enemies. The Cabals are the fat dudes, and the droids are the Vex. The Vex, interestingly, they have a sort of, I guess, like synthetic nano blood sort of soup that is in all of them, and um, connected to a collective intelligence data pool, hive mind sort of deal, where like it's an undying organism that keeps on animating or living through droid structure, never forgets anything, never loses data type deal. I don't pay attention to the lore all that much, but it's just occasionally I pick something up. Oh god, oh god. That was close. And this weapon I'm using, it has something called a catalyst. Bunch of exotic weapons have catalysts that improve them. You have to do a mission with them of some sort in order to unlock it. This one is kill enemies of the Cabal, which I was like, what the fuck do you mean? Who's the enemy of the Cabal? It took me a little while to figure out they meant just randomly, there's a whole bunch of instances where you'll run up into the Cabal fighting some other species or whatever. And there aren't that many targets, so you don't get a lot of progress towards this catalyst. It's kind of lucky that happens to be a strike that serves that purpose at least a little bit. So I think the one instance we just saw in the beginning, I think those few Vex is it. It's a good weapon though. And anything you want to see, you let me know. Like options or I don't know, anything. Oh damn. Nothing pressing except for work. I remember what it was like to have that sort of energy, I guess. Anytime I have to do anything that's extensive, I get drained pretty quick. Thankfully, what I spend most of my time doing is not something I would count as too extensive. What's up? Got more time to bang your secretary? Well, that sounds like a selling point to me. And this Chinese fellow, what's his specialization, or does he have one? Sorry, you got quiet again. Sage. So it's like back end and data entry. Does he code? Excellent. Well, excellent for certain reasons. Sorry. So he doesn't really have to work at all. Well, I know what that's like. So that's nice. You can't be owned in those regards. Can't be bought typically. And then everybody's got a price depending on what we're talking about, but what it, have you ever had to pay a custom charge before?
Oh my.
All right, real quick before you go, let me show you a couple of things here. Just in this menu, I'm going to open up. So, you've got 5 different pieces of armor. Each of the armor has energy points. The energy points can be used to assign mods strategically. They all work synergistically. Then you've got your base ability, solar, void, arc, and then stasis, which is basically ice. And then within each of them, you have customizations, different shield wall, different ways to jump, mobility, different, change up your melee to like a dash melee, different types of grenades, and then aspects, which do different things that give you fragment slots, which is more synergistic strategy to layer in with your mods and your loadout or your subclass. And then of course different abilities connected to weaponry, a lot of specificity, a lot of detail, a lot of interesting things you can do. And they added in shaping weapons, so you can build weapons, level them up, and then customize them very specifically. That's it. That's all I want to show you. Um, and then, of course, there's all sorts of different activities to do for another time for you to see, or shit, download it and try it. Oh, and that I don't recommend doing, and the game does want a lot of your time if you were going to try to, I don't know, be competitive with multiplayer people who sort of get everything out of the game in order to optimize their multiplayer experience. Like there's raid weapons that are really good for multiplayer. And in order to be competitive or to succeed at raids, you have to be willing to deal with a bunch of random people that are a nightmare, is really where I draw the line. Um, but soon I'll have a raid team and you won't have to do that. Nuance to that statement, of course. And then I don't play just this game. Like I don't let it own all of me. I probably do put a little more time into it than I'd like, but I do play plenty of other games. Uh, this does not satiate my cravings for other genres. So I still have like a fix for racing games, and it's not an arena shooter, so I still have that craving for arena. And I installed Doom 2016 the other day, and I started warming back up into that. Never got to play it on PC, just on Xbox. So I started playing that again, and hopefully people are playing it multiplayer. That game's cheap, by the way. If you don't have it, I highly recommend that. Um, and we can, yeah, we can play that together, even though there's no maybe nobody playing it. But yeah, so different kind of games for different things, and this one is, I guess, the RPG fix and also the a bit of a shooter fix at the same time. It's good when I want something a bit mindless, but again, it's me, so it's not totally mindless that I would be after even then. Like I can play this on autopilot and just kind of relax and talk to you or whatever. So it's good for that. And then there's some farmy aspects of it. So I can farm, drone away. But but yeah, it doesn't hold my attention to the point where I would worry too much about it taking all of you. But if you've never played it before, I guess it all depends. I don't know. I can't really tell you, but you'll figure it out. Try it, and I guess the other way to look at that too is, I mean, were you gonna spend that time playing a game anyway? Then it probably doesn't matter that much. Yeah. But all right, man. Sleep well and all, and till next time. I'll see if I can find some answers for you. A couple of those regards we were talking about. Yep, yep. Later. It's just always giving one of them bows these days. What's up with that? Getting shots nice. Got the range perk. Ew. That figures. That's overkill, and so is that. Then you can't get any speed of draw. Meh. Meh. That's pretty shit. Might be good for upgrading a whip. About it. Blow that up. How did I make it on this? Beat combatants in any Vanguard operation. What? How is none of this? How does none of this count? Bullshit. This isn't a Vanguard operation. Am I not getting the kills? Damn. Okay. Operation Taurus is a go. Fire team. You're clear to engage the enemy. You've got 3 other teams. Sure. Call for backup if you need it. Maybe it just means the regular ones. Kind of annoying. A launcher shotgun. Sure, auto rifle. That's how you do that. Let me turn the sound back on. Shit for ammo. Don't have the mods right for that either. Me. Oh! Fucking appendages. Oh, fuck. Hmm. Uh. Man. Man, that's a hard thing to pass on. Oh, shit. Thought I changed it. Oh. Yep. This pile of shit. That's funny. Ribbit. Like, no difference in these, right? Oh, really don't need two of them, do I? Oh, well, that's pretty good. 7 cores, I'll take it. Now, how often do I use this? Not that often. That was lucky. Weird. Too late. Oops. Oops. Fuck me. No. Thank you. Wait. That. What won't work? Let's see if they can double it. Oh. There have been bullets. Somebody likes wanted. So do I. Great move. One of my faves, perhaps, as far as gun porn goes. Gun porn with substance. King Dong. Huge wine breeder. Oh, are you kidding me? Making progress on this ugly piece of shit. Doesn't double. No! Me. You've been muted for 100 years. Over 9,000. Perfect timing. Fuck? That's it. Did that give me any progress? No. Garbage. None of them yellow dudes count as bosses. Oops. Wow. You'll talk about a hiding spot. No. Fucking Titan jump. Weird. It was like, no, you can't have it. Oh, just kidding. Yes, you can. You don't have a key. Oh, just kidding. Yes, you do. You just unlocked it with your Titan cock. Smashed it open. Smash it. Like a fart box. I keep thinking I can trigger this event and spawn one of them dudes. That's gone. Ow. Fuckers. Ooh. fucking ambiguous game. Ah. Aw, stolen by this motherfucker. fuck are you guys shooting at? This rabbit. No pussy up in here? No pussy hiding in here? It's crevasse. It's fucking dangerous. Oh, we're run down this fucking hole. I feel like you can just about get up there. I won't let ya. Get fucking melted. Hmm. Well, it's almost as if I can get two birds with one stone. I still have these patrols to do. So, guess I'll stay here. Keep farming this motherfucker. Go finish this patrol, pick up another one. Maybe it'll apply to this. There's 3 birds with one stoned. Not stoned. Well, not stoned. Not stoned enough. Fuck. That's how you get that done. Holy shit. No mercy. At that rate, it's 3 more times. Gets me to 10. Taking bosses. Shit. Need to do that again. That actually takes precedence. Keep forgetting about that. Making the rounds. Oh my god. This can close this fucking game. Apparently not. Wonder if it has something to do with the glaive. Exotic glaive. Well, you can't take that thing with me, huh? Okay. Mm. Fuck is a pie sniper? And facing the junk. Take it to the junk.